And it's wonderful to have you all with us. I lament that I'm not there in person. For those that might not be aware, I just had a baby in December, so we're learning how to do life with her. And I'm really grateful to everybody who's kind of taken over in Palm Springs to get things rolling. So hopefully things will go well the next few days. We have a packed agenda to discuss. And so I want to just make everyone aware for housekeeping. Those that are online, if you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat and I'll make sure that we bring those up frequently. Or if you want to speak as well, feel free to raise your hand and we'll do our best to make sure that you can join in on the conversation. I know a few folks online were asking, if we could show the camera to those that are speaking. Those that will be presenting will be in front of David's camera, so you'll be able to see them. But if you do have any issues hearing, let us know. We've done our best to try to get a speaker and microphone this year, so hopefully it'll go off a little bit better than years past. But we'll go ahead and dive right into things just because, like I mentioned, we do have a very busy agenda. One thing I like to do before we get started every year is just to remind ourselves of our mission. I think it's a very clearly stated mission statement that allows us to kind of remember why we're all here. We're going to have all kinds of discussions about budgets and reports, et cetera, et cetera. And I think as long as we focus on these words here and always come back to this, it'll be a very productive conversation. So the Chijnaya Foundation works in partnership with rural communities in southern Peru to design and implement self-sustaining projects in health, education, and economic development. So we do have plenty of reports in those each individual areas, and you'll see that we've expanded certain programs and we've adapted our interventions to meet the needs that we see in other areas. So we're excited to present what we accomplished last year and what we hope to do in 2026. So I know you have a printed version of the agenda in front of you. It is a little bit different than what we will be doing, just because we've had to adjust some things around. So I'll go ahead here in a few minutes and drop the updated agenda in the chat, but don't worry, I'll try to keep us as much on task as possible. We will be breaking for lunch. I know it might be kind of a packed morning. If we find a few minutes, we can take a bathroom break, etc. But we have, like I said, we have a lot to dive into. So I hope you've got your favorite drink of choice if you're online, and we'll move through things as quickly as possible. So without, go ahead.
No, we're just teasing about our favorite drink of choice might not be for the morning.
Morning drink of choice. The pisco sours are for later in the day. So I'll actually go ahead and I'll turn it over to Susie, who's going to do our welcome remembrance and approval of our minutes from last year.
Well, let me just thank everyone again for being here. I know that so many come because you've been wonderful friends of Ralph and of the foundation for many, many years. And we're so grateful for that and hope that that will continue well into the future. I think we are well launched for the future, but we want to remember Ralph through the meeting, of course, but especially at this particular moment. And in some ways by recalling what the basic fundamentals of the Chijnaya Foundation are. You all know that he was an anthropology student at Cornell, where Ellen Holmberg's influence was terribly important in terms of how you work with rural communities and the importance of applied anthropology. And Ralph carried that through in his own work in Puno, but also very much so in thinking about how the Chijnaya Foundation would operate. So such principles as all proposals must come from the community. It is not as if we go out and look to a community to work with them or impose or bring a particular program to them, but rather the communities would come now, of course, to ProDia with proposals for what they felt were the critical issues. Secondly, we're not a sensationalismo. We are not a giveaway organization. We do sustaining development projects in health, education, and economic development, and we're in for the long run. so that as projects inevitably have problems or mistakes, the foundation is still there to help with a solution. And certainly in things like the stoves, we needed to rectify what the initial design was. With the case of the shelters or the alpacas that we did with Engineers Without Borders, again, the model had to be modified to make it work better for the community. And as you'll see in the projects that are coming to us today, the same model of initiative from the community and commitment from the community is the basic principle on which we operate, as well as the fact that we are there for the long run. We're not going to drop in and run away. We're now in our 21st year of operations, and it's worth remembering that most small NGOs like ours die within 5 years. There are only about 5% of the 100% that what you might have begun with. There are only about 5% left after 10 years. And we're now in our 21st year and basically growing year after year, both in terms of our base of donors, but also in terms of the number of communities and organizations with which we have sustaining relationships. Let's show some of the pictures of Ralph, because for many of us, our last encounter with Ralph was last year in January in 2025, when we traveled to Arequipa and then for the annual meeting and then on to the communities in the Altiplano. And it was a fabulous trip for Ralph. I just want everyone to recall the stories that he told us as we were out on Lake Titicaca in the boat, and he would recall various adventures that he would have, or at dinner in, forgive us, Juliaca, reminiscing with the students and his questioning of the students, the scholarship holders who came to dinner with us that evening. And then for me, I suppose my favorite evening was the last meeting when we had all 48 communities there. And Ralph was invited to get up and do the old man's dance to the music. And he got up and pounded his cane to the old man dance. It was quite a contrast with what we had done 5 years earlier, where we were both capable of doing a wino, not at 14,000 feet. In any event, here are some wonderful pictures of Ralph that I think captured him with his friends. He had deep friendships in the Altiplano, and he was beloved. The number of community members who spoke directly about Dr. Bolton with such affection and respect. It was a wonderful occasion for all of us to hear that and to appreciate what he has been. But one thing I just want to underscore again, because it will come up in the meeting, it was Ralph worked with his long-time work in Puno that gave him a sense of how to work best in the Puno region, his deep sense of the culture there. So the rotating fund came out of that. And that was such an important improvement on microloans. The notion that you gave part of the money for part of the project and that the community provided the rest, whether it was in sweat equity or whether it was in the fact that once you paid back the initial loan for the project, it then became available for others who had benefited for the first time. And it was building on that long Andean tradition of the mutual labor obligations that were owed to one another. And that rotating fund is about $500 million into the Altiplano in successful checks. And that was really Ralph. I mean, that was the deep commitment that he had to the rotating. So today we remember him, and the Chijnaya Foundation goes forward with new energy and commitment, and great thanks for a life that has been so richly lived. If anyone has not yet had a chance to read his Malinowski lecture, which is posted on our website, I urge you to do so, because he had the opportunity at the end of his life to be honored for his work and to recount his own history in his own terms And it is a powerful lecture that concludes with a reflection on what a desperate moment we are at this time in this country and the need for the kind of work that we are engaged in. And it is essentially a call to all of us to recommit to this type of work. That despite the situation we're dealing with in the United States, there are other ways in which one can pursue human values. And certainly the work that we have underway with Protea reflects those values. So thank you, Mackenzie. If you want to move on then. This is another one of our original supporters from Chijnaya, beloved founder of the Chijnaya community, a friend of Ralph's and to the foundation. But this meeting is also about celebrating the future, and the future has been secured through Dan and Judy Bauer, who are with us today. It's a wonderful picture of Dan and Judy. Dan was part of the original group that was in the Altiplano with Ralph, and their deep friendship began back in the 1960s. And then Dan joined the foundation, and we quickly recruited Judy to join as well. She came to us from the corporate world and brought that wonderful business perspective to the board. She has chaired the Finance and Endowment Committee and done a wonderful job guiding us with that. And Dan has been wonderful in terms of rotating projects. And this year, they established the Chijnaya Foundation endowment with a wonderful gift of $100,000. We're going to be sending Judy and Ralph not only a certificate, but two small items that David commissioned for you. These beautiful burritos.
Qué fancy.
Believe me, we're going to spend a fortune mailing these. But this is for good health, and this is for wealth. Judy and Dan, we thank you. You have opened up a new chapter for the foundation, and I know many of us around this table are inspired by your gift and will want to make contributions in the hopes that the Chijnaya Foundation can continue the fine work that is done and expand it to other communities. But these are on the way to you with our love and affection, and please, both of you, get better so that you can be with us next year, okay? There's one more thing I would like to mention, and that is Dr. Mike. As many of you know, Dr. Mike was our treasurer for many years. He, along with David and Robert and Eugene, were part of the original organization of the foundation and served it well. Dr. Mike has been recovering from pancreatic cancer. We hope he might be able to be with us this morning, but I don't think that was possible. We're not giving him a Toro. We have how would you describe the
Statue?
statue?
Yeah.
A lovely ceramic statue of Dr. Mike with a stethoscope around him because he was EMTs and just a wonderful inspiration and wonderful friend to all of us. So Dr. Mike, if you're on, we're sending you our love and affection, and Roland is trying to fill your shoes, and I think he's doing a fine job so far. So he knows he must. So with that, let me go from the wonderful friends that we have that we're grateful for to ask a little business meeting. We have to approve the minutes from our meeting last year, the wonderful meeting. We had the whole Protea team with us. We installed Dr. Ricardo as the president of Protea in a wonderful moment, and Ralph actually swore them all in. It was quite nice. And were there any additions and corrections to the minutes that come with the approval of the EC? If not, I take a motion to approve.
I move we accept the minutes from 2025. They were really put together and capture the spirit of the day.
And we thank you, Liz and Kathy, for the wonderful work on the minutes. So all in favor? Unanimously approved. And thank you very much, Mackenzie. That's our job.
Thanks, Susie. We also wanted to create a space for Dr. Ricardo to say a few words on behalf of the board of ProDia.
Bien. This time I prefer speaking Spanish because I know because this participation is very very special for me. How I said it. Era el año 2016, 16 más o menos, cuando conocí a David y luego a Ralph. Ellos comenzaban el trabajo de Chijnaya en uno y necesitaban un médico para una campaña en Bucarest. Un amigo en común en Cusco me pone en contacto con David y yo comenzaba como médico recién allá en Puno, en Bucarest. Y es así que empezó una bonita amistad fortalecida en las bases del trabajo y del voluntariado. So, mi vida como voluntario comienza desde que tenía unos 10, 12 años. Con mi familia salíamos a hacer actividades de voluntariado y luego con los compañeros del high school. Cuando comencé a conocer el trabajo y la vida de Ralph, empezó una marca en mi propia vida, en mi existir. Entonces, esos años 2017, 18, tenía mucha expectativa de poder salir de Puno. La situación muy sencilla. Pero luego de entender el trabajo que se realiza y que hay tanto por hacer, comunidades del altiplano, poco a poco fue cambiando mi visión y decir, ¿por qué salir? ¿Por qué no seguir allí, trabajando por mi ciudad, trabajando por mi región? La vida, Dios me permitió tener las oportunidades para ayudar a otras personas y tomé la decisión de mantenerme una temporada más, varias temporadas. Pasaron los años y fui conociendo un poco más en detalle el trabajo que se organizaba desde los Estados Unidos para que lleguen fondos a Puno, en Perú. Al principio, y soy sincero, me parecía una actividad interesante, divertida, cosas nuevas, pero ir conociéndolos a ustedes año tras año, sabiendo el duro trabajo que tienen aquí para juntar fondos, el trabajo fuerte que se hace también aquí en Pucará, en las organizaciones, sí significó para mí el, el poder transmitir a mi familia, a mis amigos, esa forma de legado que podemos dejar en esta vida. comenzamos el directorio de Prodia, porque las leyes peruanas necesitan tener el directorio de Prodia. Comenzamos 5 personas. No sabíamos en qué nos metíamos. Solo sabíamos que teníamos que firmar documentos y llegaba el dinero y se hacía. Pasaron así 3 años, 4 años más o menos. Y luego me tocó ser presidente del directorio de Rodríguez. Y fue cuando dije, las cosas tenemos que mejorar. No es suficiente con recibir documentos y firmar por un tema de legalidad con el Estado peruano. Tenemos que sentirnos más involucrados. Y fue así que también invité a otros amigos para formar parte de la Asociación Prodía en Perú. Amigos que viven en Lima, en Arequipa, en Cusco. Desde entonces, el trabajo que se viene realizando y sobre todo la reunión del año pasado en Arequipa, donde tuvimos la oportunidad de conocernos, el directorio de Chijnaya y el directorio de Prodía, ha servido para fortalecer estas relaciones, para nosotros como directorio de Prodía entender de mejor manera qué es el trabajo que se realiza. Y los miembros del directorio de Prodía también somos voluntarios, damos de nuestro tiempo para reunirnos, para ayudar a David, a Noel, a Mary, a Judith, a Zaira, a que el trabajo de ellos también pueda ser fluido. Y todo hoy día lo resumo como un aprendizaje, una experiencia del legado que nos ha dejado mi familia, mis padres, mis hermanos, conocen mucho de Prodía y del trabajo que hizo Ral, quien lo respetan y lo quieren bastante. Hoy día traigo el saludo de mi familia para usted, bien, bien, porque el legado de Ral va a continuar y estoy seguro que vamos a hacer cosas más grandes todavía. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ricardo. Now we'll go ahead and dive into the financial report from Doctora María del Carmen Aragón, with the financial report for the previous year for Prodia.
Ok, por favor, muy bien. De nuevo, buenas tardes a todos. Acá en Perú ya son tardes. En lo que corresponde a la rendición de gastos de la Asociación Prodía del 2025, el total de dinero ingresado a la cuenta de dólares es de 227,245,84 dólares y junto con todos los saldos de el año 2024 se hacía un total de 238,993 dólares con 79 centavos. En lo que corresponde al dinero gastado en la Asociación Prodía, como pueden observar ustedes los números, se han tratado de mantener dentro del rango de presupuesto previsto para el gasto de 2025. Hay solamente una pequeña diferencia, se ha quedado con saldos disponibles el llamado fondo de emergencia, con un total de 6.662.72 dólares en la cuenta de Prodía hacia el 31 de diciembre. Hay una pequeña diferencia de aproximadamente 13 o 14 dólares debido a que uno de los pagos realizados no se contabilizó en el 2025, sino pasó al 2000, hacia el 2026. Por eso hay una pequeña diferencia en cuanto a los montos entre el dinero disponible y el saldo total o el monto total gastado y con dinero de saldos de emergencia. Bien, si pasamos a la siguiente diapositiva, por favor. En cuanto al análisis de ejecución presupuestal global, hemos tenido algunos gastos que no se han realizado durante el periodo 2005. En este caso, en el ítem de gastos administrativos, no se realizó el gasto de capacitación a trabajadores y tampoco se realizaron pagos de pasajes aéreos que se había previsto en el presupuesto. En cuanto al monto de salarios, todavía falta para gastar o están pendiente de pago o lo que es el seguro contra accidentes de trabajo que se preveía para la señorita practicante, pero que se ha cubierto con el seguro de practicante propiamente dicho. Y también falta, no se ha realizado todavía el pago de vacaciones, que recién se va a gastar en este año, el próximo mes, dado que recién termina su periodo de prácticas. En cuanto al programa de salud, no se ha realizado el gasto de lo que es el programa piloto de coladrillos, bueno, debido a que ha habido problemas con la infraestructura o con el local de la institución educativa donde íbamos a realizar. Ya lo explicaré pronto en mi exposición del programa de salud. En el programa de fondos rotatorios, no se han realizado los gastos en el ítem de todo lo que corresponde a gastos de motocicleta, ni motocicleta, ni la rampa, ni el mantenimiento previsto. Solamente se ha realizado la compra de SOAT. Y tampoco se ha realizado el software para fondos rotatorios. Y finalmente ha quedado un gasto pendiente en lo que es el programa de bofedales, que estaban para realizar una capacitación y se realizó la mitad en diciembre y la otra mitad quedaba pendiente para enero de este año. En cuanto a los gastos incrementados o los gastos que se han salido del presupuesto dentro de lo que es los gastos administrativos, hubo una suba en lo que consta al alquiler del local debido a que se vencía el contrato y no se había conversado anteriormente con el dueño, que recién nos comunicó en el mes de abril sobre el incremento del monto de alquiler. Otro incremento ha sido en el pago de servicio telefónico, porque si bien es cierto se había presupuestado el contrato de la practicante, no se había contado con mobiliario o con implementos para lo que ella necesitaba para el desarrollo de su trabajo, ¿no? Entonces ahí se ha visto un incremento en lo que es el, el pago del servicio telefónico. En cuanto al ítem de salarios, también ha habido un incremento, precisamente porque el año pasado el dólar ha sufrido una baja muy abrupta en Perú. Esto debido a que nosotros habíamos presupuestado, el presupuesto inicial que se manejó con el 2025 era el tipo de cambio de 3.65, pero ha llegado a estar hasta el 3.29. Debido a eso es que se aprobó un bono para los trabajadores en el mes de diciembre, como para nivelar los salarios o la pérdida de salarios que se había obtenido, ¿no? Y también ha habido un incremento en lo que corresponde al ítem de EPS o un seguro privado de salud, ¿no? En que dos trabajadores hemos accedido a este servicio, que son el doctor Cajo y mi persona. ¿no? Como vuelvo a repetir, el principal problema que se ha visto el año pasado ha sido en cuanto al tipo de cambio de dólar que ha caído bastante en el país, ¿no? Entonces, han sido como 3 puntos, más de 3 puntos los que han bajado. En cuanto a los principales desafíos operativos, mm, hemos tenido sobre todo en lo que es la logística, ¿no? Mm, Porque había un problema en la comunicación para poder realizar las compras según los requerimientos en los diferentes proyectos. Ha sido un pequeño desafío que hemos tenido. En cuanto a los pagos, también hemos tenido algunos problemas precisamente por el tipo de cambio. En cuanto a los recursos humanos, hemos visto de que precisamente si bien es cierto, se había considerado la contratación de la señorita Zaida, no se habían considerado otros ítems, ¿no? Como para el desarrollo de sus actividades. Lo mismo en los salarios, ¿no? Sobre todo por la baja del dólar que ha afectado bastante en lo que es al monto disponible que tiene cada trabajador para su pago mensual. Y precisamente lo que es en el gasto de mobiliario, como vuelvo a repetir, se ha calculado los salarios, pero no el mobiliario que se necesitaba para poder tener el desarrollo del trabajo de la señorita Zaida. Si tienen alguna duda.
David's muted. We can't hear.
I want to make sure there were no questions about this, but the difficulty was that salaries were set with the expectation of a 3.7 exchange rate. In fact, what one encountered when we sent our dollars down was 3.2. And so for the staff, that gap was very serious, and they came to us in December and asked how are we going to manage this, because it was quite a drop in their salaries. We had an emergency fund set up, and so we made up the difference that they were missing. Now we've been debating how to manage that in the coming year. So we'll come to that when we, excuse me, discuss the budget for next year. It also affected, as you heard from Medelka, the amount that we had to spend for products in Peru. And again, it was, instead of having the 3.7 exchange rate, we were back at 3.2. Gracias, Medelka.
Finalmente, tengo que agregar que todos los datos que he resumido en esta presentación se encuentran en la página o en los documentos de Google Drive, que está totalmente desglosado para que puedan revisar.
Thanks, Medelka. All right, now we'll go ahead and discuss the Chijnaya Foundation's financial report for 2025. I'm just checking the chat real quick. Okay, we'll go ahead and first I'll mention those that are in person. I did put together a little financial packet with information. Unfortunately, it's not as up to date. We were waiting on some numbers to be finalized with Robert. And so the numbers that you'll see on the screen are a little more up to date. So feel free if you have any questions and any of the differences, let me know. But these will be the most accurate numbers. So for our assets and equity as of the last day of the year, you can see here the various amounts that we have in our different accounts. So between checking and savings, we have around $300,000 in the account as of the end of the year. Stripe payments are payments that are in process of getting into the bank account that are made online through online donations. And then thanks to the work of our endowment and finance committee throughout the last few years, we've been able to diversify where we are holding our funds. So we do have an account, a fund, as it's called, a general fund set up at Western Massachusetts Community Foundation. So we've put $50,000 of our cash into that account, and you can see here we were able to gain some interest on that account. And then our Morgan Stanley account as well, we had $50,000 in there, and we were able to gain some interest as well. And then, as Susie mentioned earlier, thanks to Dan and Judy's generous donation, we have established an endowment. It's also held at the Western Massachusetts Community Foundation. And so we are already starting to see some return on that investment as well, with about $1,500 in interest as well. So all of these assets together are a little over $500,000. We're looking at $516,000. So I think we're sitting in a very comfortable position. You can see here kind of where those funds are divided. We can go a little bit more in detail and look at other type of items, other type of funds where people have chosen to donate, but we've chosen to separate it into general fund and scholarship fund. So again, if anybody has questions or wants to see things in a little bit more detail, I'm happy to provide that. But I do unfortunately have a little bit of not so good news regarding just a little bit about how fundraising and expenses went this last year. And this will be a very honest and real conversation that we're going to carry into tomorrow's discussion about what our budget looks like for this year. I think this last year was hard financially for a lot of folks and a lot of our supporters. We still saw a wonderful amount of generosity, raising a total of about $350,000. So we did set a goal for about $400,000 last year, so we were not able to make that. So this is specifically with funds that were given to help us cover our budget. This is not including the endowment gift that is separate and to sustain the foundation going forward. That's not one that we're factoring into this. So if we were to factor that in, we would be sitting around $450,000 of income technically last year, which I think is a wonderful number. And again, we want to acknowledge the Bowers for their generous contribution. But regarding the expenses that those funds covered for the budget, you can see here that we did spend a little bit more than we received. So I have everything laid out here, but I would like to discuss a little bit further. There's a slide here in about 2 slides. Well, we'll talk about where those discrepancies were, where those changes or differences were regarding what we expected to spend versus what we did spend. As for cash flow, there was a net increase of a little over almost $63,000 for last year. So the cash that was available to us at the end of last year was around $503,000. Again, these amounts are factoring in the endowment, so we recognize there's a difference there with what is to be used now and what's to be used later, but technically it's factored into our accounting. And then here's where I will dive into a little bit more about where we saw some of those expenses or that difference. We budgeted for $400,000, even though we were anticipating to spend all that. We wanted to continue to grow the funds that were available for projects in upcoming years. So there was a difference of about $50,000 that we were unable to fundraise. And I just want to mention, we still saw tomorrow as well, we'll look at number of gifts and new donors, etc. throughout last year. We still saw a tremendous amount of generosity in people coming forward, but there was a significant decrease in some of the gifts. And again, I think it's just the financial, political kind of environment of the US last year made it a little bit more difficult for folks. So people still chose to give what was within their means, and we're grateful for that. But it did affect kind of what we anticipated gaining. So tomorrow as well, we will dive into a fundraising discussion of how we can kind of combat that going forward, and how we can continue to diversify where our funding's coming from. So I also wanted to discuss the expenses. Like I mentioned, there was about a $9,000 difference. And so a few of the items that I wanted to highlight were that we did, as an executive committee, choose to provide a little bit more additional coverage for insurance for some of the Pro Dia members. So that was an amount there that wasn't necessarily budgeted, but we had a discussion and agreed that it was a very needed expense. We also had a conversation information regarding our insurance as a foundation. So we kind of double dipped last year just to get to a place where we felt comfortable. We previously had a type of insurance that we decided we no longer needed because we didn't have a physical office building anywhere in the United States. So we added general liability. So there was a little bit of a discrepancy there. There also, as for the salary, that is in reference to my salary, and there was a bonus given last year for exceeding the fundraising goal for the year before, which wasn't factored into the budget. So that's something we're contemplating this year. And then there was a bigger expense in supplies to print and postage to send. We really tried to amp up our physical mailers that went out this last year in quantity and quality. And so that was an unexpected expense. So these changes, I know it's kind of maybe alarming or something that we haven't necessarily had to discuss in the past because we've always been on budget and we've always exceeded our fundraising goal. But I've taken this into account for this coming year, and hopefully we have a little bit more of a realistic budget. And we're hopeful as well that with some of those gaps, you'll see we are increasing our budget to meet some of the needs that Prodi has put forward. It's really exciting, actually, that there's the same areas that we've been working, but more projects, more communities, and then expanding kind of our work to meet those needs that communities are putting forward. So you'll see we do have a bigger budget and bigger shoes to fill in that sense for fundraising this year. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do it all together. I just want to acknowledge everyone here on the call. I know so many of you support the foundation, not only with your time and energy, but financially. So I still think overall, we had a great year. We were able to do a lot of wonderful projects, which you'll see reports on here in a bit. But I will open the floor if there are any questions regarding these numbers and if you wanted to dive deeper into something. David's muted again.
Okay.
Okay, questions or comments? And could everybody speak a little bit louder? We've heard from someone online.
I just wanted to observe that in the context of a great deal of turmoil in the political context and economic context, I found it impressive how much people gave. And I just wanted to note there's a little bit of a way to adjust spending, and that is sometimes slowing down projects or waiting a little bit. So they've been approved, but perhaps waiting for when the exchange rate improves a little bit to buy supplies for them. We heard a little bit about that from the Delta. So there is some agency within the year where we can just kind of adjust things according to inputs and outputs. So it's not like it all goes exactly according to budget. We have the ability to tinker a little bit and respond. Thank you.
Thanks, Roland. I think that's a great point. And that's something we will discuss tomorrow when we look at Prodia's budget about how we're adapting the exchange rate that we anticipate utilizing and like you mentioned, making sure we're purchasing items at a convenient time, for lack of better words. Any other questions or comments?
I think it's a very thorough report from Madelka, as always. We're grateful to her for keeping such careful tabs on every expenditure. Gives us a lot of confidence in the numbers that we're looking at. And one can't predict what kind of donations you're going to get in any given year. And you're just trying to get the message out as clearly as possible about the kind of work that's underway. And I think Mackenzie's done a great job with our graphics and the reports, and we welcome any other suggestions that members of the board or supporters have for the kind of materials that they would like us to produce that might be helpful, that they would want to share with others, because it's really the word of the mouth that increases donations and increases support. People give because they've been asked to give and because they understand the importance of the work. And there are no better communicators than those of you who know the work and have been part of this or can appreciate the kinds of values that are being pursued. So we count on board members for that.
I add something to this conversation, and that is when I'm promoting Chijnaya to potential funders and other interested parties, I make sure to point out that within this past year, we have achieved 100% rating on Charity Navigator, and that it almost never happens. And it just goes to show what fantastic management and operation has been achieved. And that is because every cent we raise goes straight to Peru. None of it stays. So, I mean, and that's what they recognize. And that is just, I mean, I've just been wowed by that. I mean, I tell everybody as often as I can that that's, you look us up. We've got that. And that's due to tremendous hard work and meticulousness with which the funds have been managed.
Yes, I think that rating was very important. It was a suggestion, I believe, of one of our emeritus board members that we pursue that ranking, and happily they gave us 100% rank.
And you had to earn it. You had to earn it.
In fact, one of the things that we will do after lunch is review the task force reports, because one of the expectations for that kind of ranking is that the board reviews every year its 2- and 5-year projections. And of course, we have done that through the task force over the course of the year, but you and a formal board meeting need to go through those and discuss those and make sure that those are the values that you're pursuing. That comes after lunch.
So I understand that the salaries are in solos, right?
Well, the dollars are sent down and then translated. Yes, they have to be changed into souls.
So rather than salaries in dollars, there's salaries in solos.
Correct. And that's where that exchange rate.
Yep, exactly, exactly.
And we have to plan for that without knowing what the exchange rate is going to be, though it varies every month.
Right.
Yeah, you know that.
I went and looked up the history of the exchange rate over the past 6 years, and it always varies. It always oscillates, always has, right, for decades. And it's usually between 3 and 4, something like that. Well, and that's what it's done, except this past year where it just took a nosedive like I've never seen. So
Right.
it puts tremendous strain on our resources when we're paying the staff. And it doesn't show any signs of letting up. It's just, it keeps cratering. We don't know where it's going to stop.
I was wondering if I could just accentuate something that we heard already, and that is, please tuck away in the back of your mind as you hear about different proposed projects, and there are 1 or 2 that particularly excite you. Those are ones you want to maybe make a little note of. That's something that McKinsey can highlight in the flyers that are sent out to people, or videos that are bumped up on the website to get other people fired up too. And it's all tremendous, but if you find something concrete and specific, you can tie a funding request to it. If you plop down $800, you are going to support this particular project in a way that is very, very exciting.
$800 puts one student through college for 1 year. at a university.
Yeah.
It's a bargain, people
It's a
can't
bargain.
believe it.
It's a bargain. Well, we're gonna talk about the scholarship committee, but, which Kathy runs and does a wonderful job of, but, quite frankly, reading those applications this year, Judy read them too, it was really impressive what we heard from the students, particularly what they were doing with their projects back in the communities and stellar. Well, I think we're ready to move on. If there are no further comments about the budget, we'll just face up to it today and tomorrow. Okay,
Thank you. And so now Madelka will do the health program report from 2025.
Bien, bueno, voy a empezar con el informe del programa de salud. Dentro del impacto generado del programa de salud oral que se desarrolló en la escuela 7846 del barrio Progreso de Bucará, pudimos obtener la aprobación o la firma de autorizaciones de 68 niños de la institución educativa, de los cuales se atendió a un total de 63 niños, 30 de los cuales eran mujeres y 33 eran varones. 5 niños se retiraron del programa, algunos, o en un caso en específico ha sido porque se cambió de escuela, se cambió a otra institución educativa, y los demás, pues básicamente por el temor que les infunde todavía las atenciones dentales, se retiraron del programa. En total se realizaron 714 tratamientos, 556 curaciones, 70 exodoncias, 21 tratamientos de conducto, 4 medicaciones y 63 fluorizaciones. Y se logró que 26 niños, que es el 41.26% tuvieran su boca completamente sana, bueno, en los niños, ¿no? Los principales problemas por los que tuvimos que pasar o que pudimos superar fueron sobre todo que la atención dental empezó de manera tardía, ¿no? Esto ha sido porque la institución educativa estaba en un proceso de remodelación de su infraestructura, de construcción de un nuevo espacio educativo. Y tenían previsto que la obra se entregara a principios de año, esto significa en marzo, pero al final les entregaron el local luego de las vacaciones, terminando las vacaciones, eso es en el mes de agosto, y tuvimos que empezar a trabajar el 18 de agosto para poder terminar nuestras actividades del programa dental el 29 de octubre. ¿No? Cuando según el plan de trabajo, era empezar en mayo y terminar en agosto o septiembre a más tardar. ¿No? Ese ha sido el principal desafío que hemos tenido. Y como había explicado hace un momento, 5 niños no concluyeron las atenciones dentales completas. Bueno, en un caso, el niño se trasladó a otra institución educativa y 4 niños pues fue por otras causas que precisamente ha sido por el temor que les infunden los tratamientos dentales. Siguiente, por favor. En cuanto al cumplimiento de metas, tenemos que sí se realizó la coordinación con los profesores y los padres de familia, se realizó una entrevista con el director y 2 reuniones con los padres de familia. ¿No? Y esto se ha cubierto con el 100% se ha cubierto el 100% de las actividades. Y tenemos las fotografías y las copias de las actas. En cuanto al diagnóstico de salud bucal, se realizaron la apertura de lo que se tenía planificado era atender a 75 niños y bueno, solamente se aperturaron 68 historias, ¿no? Que es el 90% de la población de la escuela. En cuanto es a la detección de la placa bacteriana, que es aplicar el revelador de placa en los niños, ¿no? Como vuelvo a repetir, se realizó en 68 niños. Se aplicó también, siguiente, por favor. También se aplicó el flúor al terminar las atenciones dentales y en 63 de los niños, que eso significa el 84% de la población. Se realizó las técnicas restaurativas o los tratamientos o curaciones dentales. Esto se realizó en total de 73 niños. Se realizó las actividades preventivo-promocionales a través de charlas. Se hicieron seis charlas con uso de material audiovisual y material, sobre todo el uso del tipodón, los dientes, la boca gigante para que pudieran realizar el cepillado dental, ¿no? Se realizó una charla por salón, realizándose el 100% de lo establecido. El único que no hemos podido cumplir ha sido el reporte final que se tenía que proveer a los padres acerca del tratamiento, y esto ha sido por falta de tiempo, ¿no? Esto se tenía planificado para el mes de diciembre, pero no se pudo concretar la actividad debido a algunas actividades que ya tenía la escuela, y esto está pendiente de acabarse en este año 2026. Siguiente, por favor. En cuanto al análisis de resultados e impacto, en cuanto a los logros cualitativos, podemos decir que logramos atender al 87.5% de la población de la institución educativa. Se ha logrado la colaboración de padres y docentes de la institución, no todos, pero sí se ha logrado la colaboración, y también que se ha logrado concluir con el tratamiento completo en un total de 26 niños, o tratamiento dental completo, o sea, 26 niños han salido con sus dientes completamente sanos. Tenemos acá el testimonio de una madre de familia que solamente lo pude transcribir, y donde agradece a los tratamientos que se realizó en su hijo. Precisamente es uno de los niños a los que se le concluyó el tratamiento dental completamente, ¿no? Siguiente, por favor. En cuanto al análisis cuantitativo, o bueno, las lecciones aprendidas, ¿qué es lo que funcionó bien? Sobre todo la constante coordinación con la directora de la institución educativa, que es con la que hemos estado constantemente en coordinación. Nos ha proveído bueno, dentro de la construcción de la infraestructura educativa, ellos habían considerado dentro del plano un ambiente destinado para enfermería, ¿no? Y nos han proveído de ese ambiente para que podamos hacer las atenciones dentales, ¿no? Eso ha sido por parte de la directora, que nos ha proveído el espacio, permanentemente, inclusive me entregó una copia de la llave para que pudiera hacer yo las atenciones dentales en ese espacio determinado. Las cosas que no precisamente han funcionado como esperábamos, pues no, precisamente la demora en la entrega de la infraestructura educativa hizo que tuviéramos que retrasar todas las atenciones dentales que teníamos previstas, ¿no? Lo que significó que empezáramos demasiado tarde los tratamientos en sí. Otra cosa que no nos salió muy bien o no funcionó fue la colaboración con la odontóloga del puesto de salud de Pucará. A pesar de que habíamos presentado el documento para el permiso de las atenciones o para informar que íbamos a realizar las atenciones, nunca pudimos concertar que pudiera venir a la institución educativa a que nos pudiera colaborar con las atenciones ni las charlas. En ningún momento se apareció. Y finalmente, podría indicar de que, bueno, pues hay algunos padres que no cooperaron con la atención dental, algunos padres que se dejaron convencer por los pequeños para que no realizarse las atenciones dentales. Eso ha sido las principales, problemas que hemos tenido, cosas que no esperábamos que pasaran dentro de lo que es las atenciones dentales. Hay, bueno, todas las fotos de los tratamientos también están en el Google Drive. En cuanto al programa de coladrillos que se tenía planteado para realizar el año pasado, precisamente se iba a realizar en esta institución educativa, la institución educativa del Barrio Progreso, pero no se llevó a cabo precisamente porque no se pudo tener la coordinación debido a que estaban muy apretujados en pocos espacios educativos. Entonces no ha habido la coordinación suficiente y los padres estaban más preocupados para realizar o para que se pueda terminar la obra en sí, que era la infraestructura, o que realicen todas las aulas que se estaba proponiendo el gobierno regional, creo que ha sido el que les han dado. Entonces, por eso es que ya no se pudo tener tener el tiempo suficiente para que pudiéramos desarrollar el proyecto, ¿no? Al final, la reunión que pudimos tener con los padres de familia se realizó recién en el mes de septiembre. Entonces, ya no ha habido tiempo para poder completar el programa de coladrillos. Y en conversación con la directora de esta institución, hemos coordinado que para este proyecto se desarrolle para el 2026, ¿no? Ya empezando las coordinaciones precisamente desde el mes de marzo, conjuntamente con los docentes, porque ellos también tienen planes para dividir las zonas de áreas verdes en institución educativa, lo cual empataría precisamente con el desarrollo de este proyecto. En cuanto al plan de trabajo del próximo año, se está pensando trabajar con la institución 72.006, que es de José Carlos Mariátegui, que pertenece al distrito de Choquehuanca, ¿no? Precisamente se está queriendo trabajar ya en el distrito de Choquehuanca porque vamos a tener mejor coordinación con el doctor o el odontólogo encargado del Centro de Salud de Choquehuanca. Siguiente, por favor. El, bueno, la institución educativa está ubicada en el distrito de José Domingo Choquehuanca, que es una de las 3 instituciones educativas con las que cuenta este distrito. Esto está ubicado en la provincia de Azángaro, dentro del departamento de Puno. El siguiente, por favor. ¿No? Entonces, en esta institución educativa lo que se pretende es atender, según la información que nos ha dado el director, es que ha habido el año 2025 60 niños matriculados. Entonces, la atención está pensada o está dirigida para 60 niños, preveyendo que haya la misma cantidad de niños matriculados en esta institución educativa. Dentro de las... Dentro de los recursos, la siguiente, por favor, creo que sí. No, ya bueno. Entonces, el total de recursos que se está solicitando para el programa, o el monto solicitado para el desarrollo del programa dental del próximo año. I'm sorry. Ya. El total de dinero que se está solicitando es de $1,143 con 75 centavos para el desarrollo del programa dental para el próximo año, ¿no? Y con la colaboración activa del Centro de Salud, del odontólogo del Centro de Salud de Choquehuanca. No sé si tengan alguna duda o preguntas.
David, you're muted. David, you're muted.
here, actually. Yes, here we go.
Mande acá. Yeah.
Yeah.
Muy bien. Gracias. Well, yeah, yes, that's the problem. That's why I had.
Muy buena presentación. Solamente tengo una pequeña pregunta. Eso de la falta de cooperación con él o la dentista de Pucará, ¿de qué se debe eso? Y puedes explicar un poquito más la situación y va a resolverlo en el año que viene o ves que va a seguir así con falta de cooperación.
Sí, para empezar las actividades cada año presentamos un documento solicitando permiso y cooperación con el odontólogo del centro de salud, ¿no? En todo caso, se ha coordinado con la doctora, se le ha dado las fechas en que íbamos a desarrollar las actividades, pero imagino que por cruce de actividades nunca se ha acercado, ¿no? Inclusive ella tenía que prevernos o proveernos de cepillos dentales y pastas, pero al final me dijo que no tenía material y que no podía cooperar. Es por eso que para el año 2026, para este año, estamos trabajando ya en el distrito de Choquehuanca, ya no en Pucará, sino en Choquehuanca, y pertenece a otro centro de salud y vamos a trabajar con otro odontólogo que está un poco más interesado en el programa.
Ya, entonces no va a mejorar con esta decisión en Pucará.
No, probablemente sí, pero no, como este año no vamos a trabajar en Pucará, entonces no voy a tener la oportunidad de conversar con ella.
Gracias.
Other comments or questions? I think it's hard for people to see. You may want to move your chairs a little closer. I'll scroll them and.
There are limits to my miracles. Please correct me.
And it was yourself to coffee as we go along, so we won't take a break.
And then it just. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is just focus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
This menu, please.
menu.
Yeah, there. And then you can do display.
Let's see if I can get out.
Yes, there.
Display mode.
No, yes.
Or up and to the right, maybe.
Yes.
Okay,
Zoom.
okay. Yeah. Okay. And then. No, it's still. Sorry.
Left or right.
Yeah, but then it starts to cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that.
I think we're stuck. Yeah. Oh, that's a possibility. And then we can.
That is better.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't.
Is that okay? Oh, no, it's okay. It's not heavy.
The
I'm
budget.
just going gradually to.
And just lower the, yeah.
There's a little like.
Yeah.
¿Sí?
Okay. Okay, is that all right?
Maybe after the break we can move it to.
Gracias a ustedes más bien por apoyarnos.
And let's move that back once.
Oh,
It's a little bit hard to hear. Is that Anne, I think? Can you move the microphone closer, please?
Muchas gracias por tu trabajo.
so face this way, Anne, please.
¿Es posible que cambie la dentista en Pucará?
No, ay, doctora. Perdón, qué lindo verla. No tengo, no sabré, creo que es nombrada, ya no la van a cambiar a la doctora, pero como le digo, de repente ha sido cruce de actividades, solamente yo he cumplido con informar las actividades que íbamos a desarrollar, pero no ha asistido. Entonces yo no podría decirles no ha querido colaborar con nosotros, solamente que no ha asistido a nuestras actividades propiamente dichas, a pesar de que ella tenía presente o estaba bueno, sabía de las actividades que estábamos desarrollando. Entonces, este año al menos como vamos a trabajar en el distrito de Choquehuanca, entonces vamos a tener la colaboración de otro centro de salud y hay otro encargado ahí, es el doctor Julio, no me acuerdo el apellido, ahorita se me acaba de ir.
I'd like to say a little bit about Madelka's history, tu historia.
Please.
A number of years ago, I was working with Loma Linda graduate students in Peru, and we did a dental clinic. And we always have had trouble with the dentists, off and on. Occasionally a cooperative one and sometimes not. And we got a mobile dental unit, and she came to work as one of the 5 Peruvian doctors that cooperated with us, young doctors that cooperated with us on that campaign. David was there. And she was the one who stuck and was full-time dentist with us, and then has moved into administrative work. And it's just
She's a treasure.
she's a treasure, and it's just wonderful how we started with her. And I'm so glad she's still with the foundation.
And what year was that?
I'll have to look it up.
It
It was a group of graduate students in public health.
Yeah.
And I had gone to Chijnaya, and a woman came up and said, Doctora, and she had heard I was coming to town, and she said, I'm not that kind of dentist. But then we began to see the scope of need and the level of cavities in the children very, very high. And that's kind of how we began to get into the rural dentistry program.
But I remember a situation. I don't know when I was there, but she was talking about a man, they were doing all this cavity stuff, and she talked about a man who came up who had perfect teeth, and we told him, I brush my teeth twice a day.
Yes, yes.
So it was, it was a perfect.
And at one point, Adelko would get on the Navy's boat on the lake and go around to different villages and do rural health and with the Navy, with the Peruvian Navy boat on the lake.
I think she was a member of the Peruvian Navy.
I don't recall.
Wow. Was she?
Yeah.
I think it's a very important program. We all know that oral health is such a significant part of overall health. And Adelka's efforts with children and with the fluoride program have been.
Well, the connection between dental health and heart health is really
Clear.
got clear. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna. Muchísimas gracias, Madel. Gracias, Madel.
A todos ustedes, muchas gracias.
And I don't know that there's any hope for this, but if anybody could push our, then it would be good. We're gonna go right into the rotating fund report, is that right? Yes. Okay.
Yep, that's next. And I'll turn it over to Yuver and Laida, who are going to report on the success of the rotating fund program last year. Adelante.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. No sé si me escuchan.
Sí, sí.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos. Me da mucho gusto de verlos, por lo menos por la computadora. Pero antes de exponer sobre los fondos, quisiera manifestar aún el dolor que siento por la ausencia del doctor Rack. Este presente año 2026 cumplimos 20 años del programa de los fondos rotatorios, ya que el año 2006 ha sido la primera vez que hemos conseguido fondos para Chijnaya. Son 20 años de trabajo que tenemos con los fondos rotatorios, pero el primer año sin la presencia del doctor, lo cual a mí todavía me sigue doliendo. Quería manifestar antes de exponer los logros que el doctor para mí fue la mejor fortuna en mi vida. Ha sido un enorme honor trabajar con él desde un inicio. Su cariño y sus enseñanzas para mí son el mayor tesoro. He vivido con él muchas cosas y todos esos recuerdos siempre estarán a mi lado. Fue mi compañero en la antropología, de la ayuda, pero ahora seguirá siendo mi compañero en mi corazón. Aunque no lo pueda ver, siempre su presencia en cada momento y en cada comunidad donde fuimos juntos estará conmigo. No quiero manifestar más mi dolor, porque estoy tratando ahora de que ese dolor se convierta en fuerza para seguir con lo que él ha empezado. A lo cual yo agradezco muchísimo a ustedes, porque lo han acompañado a él, han seguido sus pasos, y esa es una de las grandes fortalezas que ahora nos permitirá seguir adelante. Bueno, disculpen por estas palabras preliminares. Ahora sí quisiera hablar sobre los fondos rotatorios, que es el modelo más importante que tiene la Fundación Chijnaya y que Prodía lo ejecuta. Eh, Quizás podemos pasar la diapositiva. Muchas gracias. Y el objetivo mayor de los fondos rotatorios siempre ha sido el de aumentar los ingresos económicos de las organizaciones productoras de leche, ceramistas, productores de fibra y de alpaca y de turismo rural. Hace 20 años atrás nosotros solo hemos empezado a trabajar con productores de leche y queso, y ahora a los 20 años ya tenemos 4 rubros económicos diferentes y con comportamientos de los fondos rotatorios también diferentes, con sus particularidades también diferentes. Los objetivos específicos del programa es contribuir a que los pobladores del altiplano cuenten con infraestructura productiva adecuada a su actividad económica. En los 4 rubros, si hablamos de infraestructura productiva, estamos hablando de cobertizos, comederos, bebederos. En el aspecto de cerámica, estamos hablando de talleres artesanales, andamios, en fin, ¿no? También otro de los objetivos específicos del programa es tecnificar estos negocios colectivos con los que estamos trabajando. El fondo rotatorio se ha invertido bastante todos estos años en estos aspectos. Otro de los objetivos es fortalecer las organizaciones de los productores. Creemos y estamos corroborando que algunas organizaciones se están fortaleciendo porque tienen un capital que les permite planificar, que les permite soñar, y la organización se hace más compacta, ¿no? Y el otro de los objetivos específicos es darles un capital disponible para que ellos puedan hacer las inversiones que ellos decidan. Seguimos, por favor. El ámbito de intervención es el que vemos en la presentación. Eh, Mayormente estamos trabajando en la provincia de Lampa, con 29 organizaciones, ¿no? Y 20 organizaciones son de otras provincias. Hemos crecido, actualmente ya estamos con 49 organizaciones. Habíamos empezado el año 2006 solo con Chijnaya. Siguiente, por favor. Las transferencias de los fondos eh, se han hecho dentro, ya estoy hablando dentro de los logros, ¿no? Eh, en la mayoría de las organizaciones, de las 49, se ha hecho las transferencias. Solamente faltarían hacer las transferencias de 9. Estas 9 organizaciones que estamos viendo ahorita son organizaciones que están en color rojo. Les hemos puesto en color rojo porque han paralizado el uso de los fondos por múltiples razones. Una de ellas es el mismo centro poblado Chijnaya, está Tunigrande, que ha decidido ya no trabajar con nosotros, pero sin embargo, en el caso de Tunigrande, por ejemplo, ellos siguen usando el fondo que le hemos traído, pero no quieren que les verifiquemos, no quieren que intervengamos ni en las compras de los materiales o lo que hagan, quieren hacerlo muy independientemente. Y hay dos organizaciones como Tunirrequena y Colquejagua que se han alejado del modelo de trabajo, no quieren trabajar. Bueno, este es un pendiente, falta transferir 221.000 soles más o menos. Siguiente, por favor. Y esta es hemos logrado reinvertir el 76% de los fondos disponibles. Ya lo hemos clasificado como años pasados y hemos empezado a hacer por rubro económico, ¿no? El rubro económico que tiene mayor presupuesto es los productores de leche y queso, que tienen un aproximado de 747.259 soles, ¿no? Han reinvertido el año pasado 684.132, el 92% del fondo lo han reinvertido, ¿no? Estoy hablando de los productores de leche y queso. En el caso del proyecto de turismo, de los proyectos de comunidades que se dedican al turismo, tienen un capital de 250.000 y pico y se ha invertido 173.697 que representa el 69% del capital. Eh, los proyectos de cerámica y artesanía tienen un capital, han acumulado un capital de 291.813 y se ha invertido algo de 193.461 que representa el 66% del total del fondo. Este rubro, que es de los alpaqueros, es el que tenemos problemas de reinversión. Tienen un capital acumulado de 167.808 soles y solo se ha invertido 69.600, que representa el 41%. Quisiera aclarar de que hasta el año pasado, desde el año 2006 hasta el año pasado, se ha conseguido acumular un total de 1.466.503 soles, ¿no? Este es el capital que se ha logrado acumular en todos estos años y se ha invertido 1.120.819, que representa el 76%. Es decir, que hasta el año pasado se ha invertido el 76% de lo que se ha conseguido, ¿no? Bueno, mencionar de que el modelo, desde que ha nacido o tal como ha nacido, ha estado teniendo ciertas modificaciones. Eh, Necesitamos hacer algunas correcciones, algunos cambios en el procedimiento de inversiones, en el procedimiento de planificación de los fondos. Y ya les comentaré más luego qué es lo que pensamos hacer este año, por ejemplo. Sin embargo, siempre tenemos muy buenos testimonios. Sin embargo, también mencionar de que más logros voy a poder exponerles al año siguiente, porque este año pensamos hacer una evaluación, ¿no? Eh, Sin embargo, de proyectos que son medibles inmediatamente, por ejemplo, las termas solares, los andamios, tornos eléctricos, que han tenido un impacto inmediato. Tenemos testimonios, por ejemplo, del señor Lucio Arce, que decía que desde que se ha instalado la terma solar, no, ahora puede trabajar desde más temprano en la época de helada, sobre todo en la época de invierno, que el frío llega hasta 10 grados bajo cero y el agua se congela cuando no tienen una terma. Sin embargo, ahora el agua ya pueden tenerlo más tiempo trabajándolo, ¿no? Avanzan más rápido su trabajo, ¿no? Uno de los efectos del agua tibia es que remoja más rápido tanto el yeso como la arcilla. Bueno, de manera que el impacto en este proyecto sobre todo de las termas solares, ha sido acertado. Eh, bueno, otro de los logros que hemos tenido es que de todas maneras el fortalecimiento organizacional, formando comités técnicos, comités de compras, se ha estado dando como siempre, ¿no? Los desafíos para superar en el campo es el sinceramiento de información financiera con comunidades. O sea, hasta el año pasado yo estaba solo en todo el programa, estaba a cargo yo era el único que estaba a cargo del programa de fondos rotatorios. Y con la incorporación de Saida, ha sido y es para mí un gran apoyo. Con ella hemos podido hacer el sinceramiento de la información para ver realmente cuánto de fondo se ha acumulado en cada comunidad, no solamente por el capital que se les ha dado, sino además por el interés ganado. Hemos identificado algunos que han ganado muy buen interés y algunos que lamentablemente no lo recuperan el 100% del capital. El por qué pasa eso, quisiera yo averiguar en este año, porque vamos a salir con Zaida a hacer una evaluación por organizaciones para conocer mejor cómo está comportándose el modelo. Se ha logrado o se ha superado regularizar contratos y vigencias de poderes, porque ellos también, por la lejanía, por el distanciamiento que se tenía, sobre todo con la isla de Amantaní, con Capachica, más todavía con Guarita y otras comunidades, no se podía tener los contratos al día, en orden, porque como ha comprobado mi compañera y seguro más luego va a exponer también, no es tan fácil este, conseguir tener los contratos al día, porque se les entrega, se les da, pero muchas veces los directivos no lo hacen firmar, no te devuelven. Es todo un reto realmente y esto trataremos de superar con un reglamento que queremos hacer en cada organización sobre el uso de los fondos, ¿no? El siguiente, por favor. Eh, Tenemos problemas con organizaciones, sobre todo de alpaqueros y con los de turismo. Yo estoy empezando a darles facilidades, o bueno, mejor dicho, coordinar con ellos para que ellos mismos se den facilidades en el pago, porque en algunas organizaciones de turismo, sobre todo en Cotos específicamente, por ejemplo, se ha acumulado mucho dinero en un socio. Un socio puede llegar a deber como 7.000 soles al año. Esto porque varios de los socios se han ido y ellos se han quedado con... Y también porque ellos no han sido muy sinceros, porque nos han puesto familias completas en la lista y el préstamo era para una familia, o sea, sacaban varias personas, pero era solo para una familia. Todas esas cosas las hemos identificado y estamos haciendo, por ejemplo, un, digamos, una opción de dar facilidades de pago. Eh, Esto también lo mismo estamos haciendo con los alpaqueros. En el caso de los alpaqueros, por ejemplo, no pagan rápido porque realmente no tienen ingresos, ¿no? Eh, Se está haciendo comités, se está haciendo reuniones con ellos para ver toda esta situación. Las lecciones aprendidas son que eh, los modelos de proyectos versus necesidades individuales se refiere a que ya no está funcionando el hecho de que hacemos un proyecto para todos. Cuando hemos empezado con el modelo de fondos rotatorios, hemos empezado con organizaciones productoras de leche y queso. Y en ahí de alguna manera sí se podía hacer un proyecto para todos. Por decir, todos hacemos cobertizos y todos hacían cobertizos. Todos hacemos comederos y todos hacían comederos. Cuando hemos empezado a trabajar en organizaciones de cerámica, en organizaciones de turismo, no funcionaba que sea un proyecto para todos porque cada quien tenía una necesidad diferente. No podíamos decir todos compramos colchón, porque algunos tenían buenos colchones, pero querían ya también el baño o querían la cocina. Entonces, este modelo de proyectos ya no está encajando. En las mismas organizaciones de leche y queso que nosotros hemos empezado a trabajar, al haberse terminado toda la infraestructura de comederos, cobertizos, bebederos, ternerajes, llega el momento en que termina y dicen, ahora queremos para préstamos o proyectos individuales. Entonces ya tampoco está dándose o ya no está funcionando el modelo de proyectos para todos por igual, sino ya buscando las necesidades individuales. Esto, cambiar de alguna manera el modelo. Igual, las compras colectivas versus las compras individuales, muy relacionado a lo primero. No podemos ir a comprar para todos calamina o para todos cemento. En el caso, por ejemplo, de turismo, algunos van a comprar colchones, otros van a comprar mesas y sillas para su comedor o su cocina. Entonces, las compras sí tratamos de salir entre toda la asociación, pero cada quien pide lo que necesita, ¿no? Eh, la comunicación con directivos y la verificación en el sitio. A esto se refiere que nosotros vamos a involucrar más de lo que, de lo que ahora tenemos involucrados a nuestras autoridades, a nuestros directivos, ¿no? Y ellos mismos nos ayuden a hacer la evaluación, en este caso la verificación. Me gustaría aplicar la metodología de investigación, acción participativa, que es en la que toda la comunidad realmente también evalúa a todo. Y esto funciona porque yo ya hice el año pasado en dos comunidades de Mantaní, en la que se hace la verificación y hacemos un informe a toda la comunidad y se informa quiénes cumplen y quiénes no. Y ellos son los que explican a toda la comunidad por qué no han cumplido. Es una especie de darle mayor poder a la comunidad, a las reglas de la comunidad, ¿no? La presión la va a poner la comunidad. Y eso es lo que queremos hacer este año también, ¿no? Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, las recomendaciones son que los proyectos participativos que nosotros estamos desarrollando ahora, las queremos enmarcar dentro de todo un plan de negocios. Estoy hablando con Zaida para poder trabajar algunos planes de negocios piloto por rubro económico que tal vez nos pueda servir como columna vertebral o como algo orientativo a en qué se debe invertir. Porque hay algunas organizaciones en que pagan y dicen, ahora, ¿qué hacemos? ¿En qué invertimos? Tienen algunos, ciertas dudas. Sin embargo, si vamos a tener un plan de negocios que estoy seguro podría generar más ingresos, ahí sí podríamos hacer varios proyectos en cada año para concretizar un buen negocio colectivo, ¿no? Eso recomendamos, eso vamos a hacer. Este año nosotros estamos pensando salir a hacer por lo menos 8 planes de negocio, 2 planes de negocio por cada rubro económico, 2 de lecheros, 2 de turismo y así. También un poco para analizar la rentabilidad, porque a veces eh, nos engañan ciertas actividades económicas. Se ve plata, se agarra plata, pero de pronto la ganancia no es mucha. Por ejemplo, la venta de la leche. Ahorita uno está vendiendo aproximadamente a 1,80, un solo 80 el litro de leche. Hay familias que pueden vender hasta 100 litros de leche diario, ¿no? Que estamos hablando de 180 soles diarios, que podría ser así, pero haciendo un análisis de rentabilidad, nos damos, o de costo de producción, nos damos cuenta de que eh, el costo de producción del litro de leche más o menos está a 1,50. Prácticamente solo ellos ganan 30 centavos por litro. Entonces queremos hacer estos cálculos de rentabilidad con Saida. Me imagino que esto lo vamos a hacer dentro de los planes de negocio para también que ellos sepan que necesitamos hacer más rentable nuestra actividad productiva, ¿no? Bueno, vamos a hacer, a la vez que vamos a hacer una evaluación de de nuestras organizaciones. Este año estoy planteando hacer las verificaciones y evaluaciones para ver mucho más objetivamente el impacto que está generando ya los fondos rotatorios. Creo que es oportuno hacerlo. También tendremos álbumes fotográficos, reportes periódicos, ¿no? Bueno, necesitamos hacer carne, hacer realidad el enfoque de sostenibilidad y empoderamiento comunitario que nos hemos planteado desde un inicio, ¿no? El modelo. Bueno, de mi parte, muchas gracias. Voy a pasar a mi compañera Zaida para que les explique un poco mejor ya la parte de, de sistematizar la información, de ver la parte más legal, la parte, digamos, administrativa del fondo, ¿no? Adelante, Zaida, gracias.
Gracias, licenciado. Bueno, a continuación les voy a presentar la parte correspondiente al desempeño financiero y
Zaida,
operativo del fondo.
perdón, un poquito más, pues de su volumen, por favor, no te escuchamos bien.
Buenas tardes, ¿se me escucha?
Ahora sí.
Ah, ok, gracias. Bueno, como comentaba, ¿no? A continuación les voy a presentar la parte correspondiente al desempeño financiero y operativo del fondo rotatorio durante el 2025. Como se puede apreciar en la imagen, se ha distribuido el fondo rotatorio, específicamente el capital, hasta el 2025. Tenemos distribuidos en lo que son proyectos productivos de leche y queso un 51%. De igual manera tenemos en los proyectos de cerámica y artesanía el 20%, en proyectos de turismo comunitario el 17%, en proyectos de alpaca el 11% y en un proyecto de sala de masajes el 1%. Esto representa la cantidad de capital que se ha transferido a la asociación y a cada una de estas organizaciones, y se podría hacer una fotografía de cómo se tiene distribuido el fondo rotatorio. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, ahora respecto a la ejecución financiera, hasta el 2025 se ha logrado transferir un total de 1.466.503 soles con 50 céntimos, de los cuales se ha logrado una reinversión total del 76%, es decir, más de 1.120.891 soles se han reinvertido. Como se puede apreciar en la imagen, el 92% de reinversión se ha dado por el sector productivo de leche y queso, lo que demuestra un mayor compromiso y sostenibilidad. De igual manera, se puede apreciar que en los sectores de turismo y de cerámica se mantienen estables, ¿no? Dentro del 69% y 66%. Eh, bueno, también tenemos algunos desafíos en lo que son en el sector alpaquero, que el 41% ha sido reinvertido durante el 2025. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, en esta oportunidad también voy a comentar la cobertura del fondo rotatorio durante el 2025. Como se puede apreciar en el cuadro, actualmente nosotros trabajamos con 49 organizaciones, de las cuales 36 lograron la reinversión durante el 2025. En total se ha logrado beneficiar 768 familias. Esto representa un impacto real tanto en el ingreso y en el fortalecimiento productivo de nuestras comunidades. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, ahora me gustaría comentar respecto a la clasificación por colores que hemos tenido en cuenta el 2025. Esto se basó en la reinversión de sus fondos rotatorios. Es decir, los de color verde son los que han reinvertido el fondo rotatorio en su totalidad. Los de color amarillo son los que han reinvertido el fondo rotatorio parcialmente, y los de color rojo son las organizaciones que no han tenido ninguna reinversión durante el 2025, dentro de las cuales 27 están en categoría verde, 9 están en categoría amarillo y 13 están en categoría roja. Ahí, como se puede apreciar en la imagen, ¿no? Esta es la clasificación que nosotros hemos tenido durante el 2025, esperando que esta clasificación pueda variar para el 2026. Como podrán ver, esto nos permite identificar claramente dónde se concentra, dónde se podría apoyarles a estas comunidades, ¿no? Por ejemplo, las de amarillo y las de rojo, que sí necesitan mayor apoyo por parte de nosotros. Siguiente, por favor. Asimismo, además del análisis general que ya les he presentado, quisiera mostrar los casos destacados de crecimiento de capital de cada sector productivo. Como se puede apreciar en la imagen, tenemos a la comunidad de Angarabajo, que es una comunidad que ya se está trabajando desde el 2011. A esta comunidad se le ha hecho una transferencia de 66.120. Actualmente, esta comunidad cuenta con 105.770 soles, es decir, ha tenido un crecimiento del 60%. De igual manera, me gustaría destacar en el sector turismo. Tenemos a Incatiana, que se ha empezado a trabajar desde el año 2022. El capital que se les ha dado a esta asociación es de 10.000 soles. Hoy actualmente esta asociación cuenta con 16.720 soles. Es decir, han tenido un incremento del 67%. Cabe recalcar que esta asociación rota hasta 3 veces al año su fondo rotatorio. Es por eso que hay un mayor crecimiento. Siguiente, por favor. De igual manera, me gustaría destacar también a Chascapucara, en lo que vendrían a ser nuestras organizaciones de cerámicos y artesanos. Con esta asociación se ha venido trabajando desde el 2019. A esta asociación se le ha transferido un capital de 50.645. Actualmente esta asociación cuenta con 69.922.60, o sea, ha tenido un crecimiento del 38%. De igual manera, en lo que vendría a ser el sector de alpaca, tenemos a la asociación de Cuarita, que se ha iniciado con esta asociación desde el 2008. Se le ha transferido 41.740. Hoy actualmente esta asociación cuenta con 46.144. Tenemos un crecimiento del 11%. Estos ejemplos evidencian cómo el fondo rotatorio no solo se recupera, sino que se incrementa a largo plazo. De igual manera, quisiera comentar, como parte de mi integración al equipo, identifiqué una oportunidad clave de mejora en el sistema de análisis de datos. Actualmente trabajamos con el Excel, lo que nos permite un control detallado, pero requiere mucho tiempo y consolidación. Para este 2026 proponemos complementar el sistema con Power BI, lo que permitirá, primero, visualizar toda la información en un solo panel, comparar sectores en tiempo real y generar reportes automáticos para la gestión y toma de decisiones. Esto nos ayudará a fortalecer la transparencia, reducirá riesgos operativos y mejorará la toma de decisiones. En resumen, el fondo rotatorio muestra sostenibilidad financiera, impacto directo en 768 familias y casos de crecimiento del capital. Nuestro objetivo para este 2026 es elevar la tasa de reinversión, asimismo también reducir progresivamente las organizaciones que están en categorías rojo y amarillo, y esto se va a hacer mediante la elaboración de reglamentos que se tiene previsto para este año, asimismo con asistencia técnica y fortalecer nuestro sistema de monitoreo a cada una de las comunidades. Muchas gracias por su confianza y por seguir apostando por el desarrollo productivo de nuestras comunidades.
Gracias. There's a lot of information that we just received and we're gonna wanna take in for a moment. I'm gonna suggest a 5-minute break for the ladies' room, the gentlemen's room, a coffee, a roll, and then we'll come back and have a real discussion about what the team has just told us they have learned with regard to the rotating funds, because this is a very insightful presentation that they have given us.
Yeah.
You guys are muted. You're mute. 5-minute break. Okay. 5-minute break for everyone online. We'll see you guys at 12:55. That's Central Time, so I guess 10:55 Pacific. You guys let us know when you're ready. You're muted, so.
As some of the major changes that have been going on in the rotating funds, that some of the lessons that have been learned that Albert had been speaking about, and perhaps a word or two about the role of Zaida. What she's brought to the team.
Take your tea.
Sure. Okay, continue with the session. As Saida and Huber made a presentation, I would like to highlight some parts of the work in this program. Since we started the rotating fund program almost 20 years ago, we would like to do, receiving the money and do the project. But during this time, we will be putting on a hold or waiting the legal documents. One is transfer the formal document to transfer the money to the community, but this money belongs to the community. And the other was the agreement between the community and the PRODIA Association to work as a partner. So that was, during the past years, we've been doing, okay, we can do this later, but the last year, that was the main priority of the board of PRODIA, the concern about, hey, the community and organization didn't have this formal paper, so we need to do that. So the last year, we focused on that. We have from 49 communities, we made a formal transfer in the money on 40. It was 40 communities. It was a process, because we went to the community to explain the importance of have this formal paper for them. So, and we have the 9 communities that in red, as you remember on the one slide. Those are those communities who don't want to still working with us. They want to stop. They want to manage their own rotating fund by their own way. They don't want to follow the model, and that's fine. But we need to, well, that's part of our network. And the others are that they don't have the paperwork in order yet. So maybe of that group that we have on red, 2 or 3, it will be going to green this year, because for this year they will have the legal papers in order. So that's one thing that I would like to mention. And we have the agreements, the 2-year agreement with the community, so we can work in the projects in order and organized. The other thing that I would like to mention is our model is changing during the years. Before was like we implement one project for everybody in the community, but now they have the particular needs. So the rotating fund model, we need to get adapted, because now we can say like buying a plaster for everybody. But one of them say, hey, I don't need plaster, I need painting. So what happened? So it's like, okay, now we need to consider their own needs, and the rotating fund model needs to adapt to the new reality. So that's a good sign, It's because we are growing, and as I mentioned in the presentation, we have successful cases of organizations and communities that they are growing their own rotating fund. The other thing that I would like to mention is the importance of before Saida joined the team, she's an economist, and we have all this information and data there in the document, but we didn't have like now. So she's a part important of the team. She came with all the information that now we are presenting. So we have now the information in order, and also we can see numbers. How is the growth of the rotating funds in the community, the percentage. So it's the work of Saida is crucial, and for have this information that we are presenting.
a difference from the other year or the previous years, the last year we become more strict the way that the communities and organizations are managing their rotating funds. As I would like to mention, for example, well, that's part of the next stage of the meeting is to present the proposals for new projects for 2026. A difference from the other year, we went back to the background of how they're managing their own funds, of the rotating funds, if they're paying on time, if they are investing in time. So all these different scenarios we consider to invite those organizations who are doing a good management of their rotating funds to submit a proposal project for this year. So, because it doesn't make any sense to invite a community maybe is delaying the implementation of the project or delaying a repayment. It doesn't make any sense to say, hey, you can submit a proposal project for more funds. So the last year we invited 17 organizations to submit a proposal. So we have only 12 that they chose, but that's part of the next stage of the project. So there is some challenges as we mentioned in the presentation, but with the team we would like to this year working in two main activities. One is and we think is the part of the growth of the rotating fund model, that is work on the regulations of the use of the rotating funds in any single community or organization. That's the way we can empower them and may thinking in the future make them more sustainable. Yes, because for example, we have cases like a member of community who have a loan die. What happened? Who will pay their loan? Because that affects the whole community, because it's a fund of whole community. Or what happened when a member decide to move to the city or yeah, migration, and what happened with the funds. So all these cases needs to be work individual with the members of a network, because they can decide applying their local costumbres, how they can manage their own. So this is a way that we can make their more strength their organization and community. So that's part of the plan for this year. The other thing is, as you were mentioned, we would like to have a pilot, a program of planless business plan, because in members of our network, like for milk, for the artisans, for the rural tourists, and for the alpacas. We think that's the next step to make more auto-sustainable again. So if they cover all the infrastructure to make them more productive, so now the next step is thinking, hey, you need to think in business plan for the next year, so you can have a better income. So that's part of the plan of this year. And the other is the evaluation. I mean, going to the field to see if they cover the infrastructure, if they reinvest properly the material that we provide for the rotating funds, if they build their sheds, they build the milk stations or the ceramic, they build the workshops. So that's the next part of the plan too, to do the verification in the field of the program. So yeah, there was many challenges and many lessons that we learned on the 2025, but as a part of the compromise as a team, that we will do our best for this year, and we thank all of you for your support on the last year, so we can continue with the work on the So if there is any questions, comments, please.
I have one.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Tengo una pregunta por Uber y los cuatro. No, todo el equipo.
Todo el equipo.
Sí, sí, todo el equipo. El rol, la comunicación, las relaciones con las comunidades cambia, no sé, pero me sembra cambia si estás en el rol de la policía. No, estás un miembro de la policía sí, sí, o un amigo que apoya la comunidad. El rol cambia, ¿no? No es. No, quisiera preguntar cómo se puede manejar questo problema. Sí. So, Robert?
Mackenzie, did you get that?
Yeah.
And maybe you can correct
You-
my.
No,
eh, ¿Entendiste a Roland?
sí,
Básicamente
entendía que
perdón, adelante.
la pregunta era si mi rol era como de policía o de amigo, algo así.
Sí, sí. Claro.
Ya está preguntando cómo se afecta como la relación con la comunidad si uno se viene así como un poco más fuerte, así como policía, decía, ¿no? O si es así como amigo. O sea, ahora que estamos siendo un poco más estrictos con manejar los fondos y toda la documentación que se requiere, ¿ha cambiado como la relación con la comunidad?
Bueno, mi relación personal de mí con las comunidades sigue siendo la de amigo, la de muy amigo, la de que mi relación con ellos es encontrar soluciones con ellos, tratar de eh, encontrar salidas con ellos. O sea, mi trabajo sigue siendo ese. Pero tenemos por otra parte ProDía como institución, ¿no? Que está poniendo las reglas muy rígidas en algunos momentos. Eh, es también ProDía los que está clasificando las comunidades con colores, también de manera más rígida tal vez. Entonces, yo trato de ser un intermediario en este proceso. Eh, Eso también trato de hacer entender a ProDía de que si hay algunas fallas en todo este proceso de reinversiones, son fallas de ellos, de las organizaciones, y a veces no es muy bueno tener reglas rígidas porque eh, tenemos una experiencia en una comunidad, en una de las comunidades que está de rojo ahora, que por ser muy rígidos decidieron ya no trabajar con nosotros, ¿no? La asociación ha empezado a expulsar, a sacar a la gente que no quería trabajar o que no quería pagar bien o no quería cumplir con lo que estaba en los contratos y literalmente se han quedado prácticamente sin socios, sin personas que quieran. Entonces, la salida no siempre es ser rígido. Eso yo puedo comentar al respecto. De mi parte o el papel, el rol que yo cumplo es de estar de parte de ellos, ¿no? Es tratar que ellos se empoderen mucho más con el fondo que tienen y con las iniciativas colectivas que ellos también puedan dar. Ellos tienen muy buenas ideas, pero necesitamos traducirlas, digamos, en proyectos, traducirlas en planes de negocio, que son ya cosas más técnicas, que de repente también nos van a mostrar los impactos con datos cuantitativos, que sí está bien también, ¿no? no digo que no, pero tratar siempre de que no nos pongamos como una barrera para sus objetivos, ¿no? Sino seamos los que les acompañamos, así con sus errores, así con sus defectos, seguir impulsando. Eso es lo que yo podría comentar. Bueno, no sé si habré respondido a la pregunta. Gracias.
Yes.
Sí.
Other questions or comments?
Bien. Un comentario. En todo caso, el policía es el directorio de Colombia. Y aquí es importante notar que tenemos que ser como policías, porque la responsabilidad administrativa de los fondos, todo, recae en el presidente del directorio. Si pasa algo, si hay una oficina de gobierno, oficina contable de gobierno, dice, esto está mal. El que tiene problemas es el presidente del directorio. Esto, el año pasado, en las reuniones con las comunidades, mapas, documentos de entrega de dinero, se les explicó de esa manera que es necesario, es importante para Prodigia que todo esté transparente y para ellos también que tengan un documento que diga que han recibido un dinero y no simplemente llegó del cielo. El manejo administrativo es muy importante. Y con esta forma de trabajo más lineal, también es una forma de educar a las comunidades y decirles, si tienen errores, vamos a ayudarlos a corregir, que cada año se tiene que mejorar. No podemos todos los años repetir el mismo error, el mismo error. Tenemos que enseñar. Gracias.
I think Prodigia needs to be congratulated for moving in this fashion and better organizing the communication between the communities and Prodigia. It's a gift to both sides. And it's well done.
Yeah.
Should we continue?
Yeah,
Or there
sure.
are questions or clarifications? One thing I want to say, I had forgotten about the project that we did with the blind committee in Puno. And that was to help them set up a massage parlor as a means of income. And they do intend to pay that back. It's just that they've had other priorities on this. And we did do it as a form of rotating fund. And which I had completely forgotten about. The other issue is, I think it's fascinating the way in which the rotating funds have changed over time as we've gone from one large project for the community or dealing with artisans where their needs will be different or tourism. And so one has to adjust the model on that basis. And I think it's a challenge to do so and still keep the payment back. And I think Zaida's presence in the group with these business plans is excellent. It's a real gift there.
Okay, so we continue with the next point of the meeting, that is the rotating funds, the proposal for this year on the rotating funds program. I would like to mention that a difference of the previous years, there is one thing that I mentioned before. That was we consider the management of the rotating funds And we invite those communities and organizations to submit their proposals. That's one of the difference of the previous years. And the other is, since we have new members of the ProDia board, we form two committees, one for the rotating funds program and one for the scholarship program. So the members of the ProDia board get involved in this in these two major tasks to review the proposals and submit the suggestions. So the last year, we have 17 communities and organizations that we invite to submit the proposals for this year of projects, but we received only 12 new proposals to 2026 and three water projects. From those 12, we are suggesting 11, eight new projects for the rotating funds, and we are and the three water projects. One of these 11 projects, one is from a new community, that's Association Betania. So this organization it's in the Pucará area, and they would like to be joined as part of our network of the 49 communities and organizations that we are working this year. And the other are a previous former members of our network. So the total amount that we are requesting is in the different projects that we will review single by single in the next slide. But the total amount requested is almost $126,000, and that's the total amount requested. But we are suggested the approval of 8 projects plus the 3 water projects. That is amount is almost $7,000 for new projects and water projects for this 2026. So next, please. So I would like to start with the project number 1. This is the new community, Nueva Betania. As you can see on the slide, there is the number of beneficiaries, of 18 beneficiaries. They are requesting $6,000, almost $7,000, but we are suggesting a little bit more. That's rare. And they submit a video, so we can learn a little bit more about this organization. So there's the video.
Sorry, could you guys hear that? Okay, is it really loud?
No, I can't hear it started yet.
Okay, let me know if you can't hear it. Okay, I'm gonna start it.
No sound, yeah.
No sound? Maybe.
I hear something.
Hago presente en este momento de la decisión y hemos tomado aquí la sesión denominado CADE, que significa Centro Agropecuario y Asociados para el Desarrollo Integral Comunitario de Nueva Betania. Aquí un grupo, una agrupación de familias, estamos trabajando en el sector agropecuario. Y tenemos aquí un ejemplar de vacunos de ganado que estamos nosotros trabajando, todas las familias, y los estamos integrando a la asociación CADE. Por lo tanto, nosotros tenemos pensado, hemos decidido para poder canalizar a la asociación ProDia, Fundación Chijnaya, para que nos pueda apoyar en este sentido. Y la instalación de pastos cultivados en la modalidad de la especie de alfalfa para nuestros ganados, porque lo necesitamos en gran cantidad para el consumo de los ganados. En este momento estamos pasando al pasto natural. Y también estamos preparando terrenos ya para los cultivos de avena forrajera, y también posteriormente estaremos implementando los pastos mejorados, alfalfar, campos de alfalfar para los ganados y para el mejor incremento de producción de leche. Esa es la perspectiva que tenemos pensado aquí en este social. Muchísimas gracias.
That's the magic.
But I'm sure you think else.
Ejemplar, una de ellas es mi vaca Paloma. Tengo muchas vacas.
Okay, so this new organization, they are asking a support for a proposal of alfalfa seeds. And this is this kind of project that we already have experience with the other organizations, and we understand and we know the importance of have a kind of, it's not insurance, but make sure that their animals have enough food for during the year. Yeah, so we understand the importance of these projects and we suggest their approval. And this is a new organization that is part of is nearby in Pucará. So we yes.
Raleigh, I have a question, because I come from alfalfa land. Do they irrigate this stuff? Because alfalfa seed, maybe it's a different hybrid. The alfalfa really needs a lot of water and irrigation.
Yeah,
How do
yeah.
they?
Well, I think you were. Una consulta, están haciendo la pregunta por acá. Para esta organización Nueva Betania, ¿tienen como que un sistema de riego para asegurar a la alfalfa? Porque requiere esto bastante agua. ¿Cómo será la situación del agua de esta organización, por favor?
Ya, es decir, nuevamente, el proyecto de alfalfa ya lo hemos hecho en otras comunidades y no necesita riego. Se necesita ubicar terrenos húmedos en los que sí se prende la alfalfa. En ninguna parte del altiplano, al menos en la zona norte, hay riego, no hay riego. Y la parte, en el aspecto técnico, una hectárea de alfalfa puede mantener hasta 5 vacas en un año. Mientras que sin alfalfa, ¿no? Con pasto natural, el alimento no es suficiente para los productores de leche, ¿no? Eh, en el caso de la alfalfa en el altiplano, ya hay muchos años de trabajo en esta semilla y prende alrededor de 6 hasta 7 años, ¿no? Sin necesidad de riego. Es una semilla adaptada al altiplano que solamente trabaja en secano. Es una semilla trabajada en Chile. En Chile han logrado desarrollar esta alfalfa que se llama alfalfa adecuada al altiplano, ¿no? Es una alfalfa exclusivamente para tipos de suelo como el altiplano, que solo necesitan tener cierta humedad o al lado de los sedales que muchos lo tienen, ¿no? Por eso es que están pidiendo. Eso podría responder, gracias.
I, this is a wonderful project. We have seen this, communities begin with a loan for alfalfa that then go on to have the money to purchase sheds for their animals, then feeding troughs. And it eventually came to a cheese factory. This is Ayala that we went to visit last year. So it's one of those building blocks where the community begins at the base level of improving the feed, and then you improve the stock, and then it leads to another kind of productive activity. So I think this is a great project, and I
And
certainly.
they just use it for grazing, they don't cut it, don't they just graze it?
They do graze, but then they also have
Cut.
additional feed too.
Okay.
That little one that begins, I'm dreaming of a little bit about that. Do you want to approve them one by one or do them as a whole?
I don't know what
I
is.
think we should go one by one. It's a great question. Yeah. What's that?
Oh, I was just saying, Holly's question was a great question.
Yeah.
Well, the land was bales way out, so I mean, they're not even available.
Yes, I would like to add that, this project will be implemented in the other farmer communities. And this is, for example, like a community now, they have like a bank of seed that every year they have an amount separate for seeds, because this is something that every year they need it. So this is a project that we highly recommend, because we understand the needs of the animals, especially during the dry season, and the impact, of course. So yeah, and there was well, now the right information, as you mentioned, that the amount request was more than 6,000, but we only are suggesting 10,000. So the solace. Yes, solace. So I put under consideration of the board. Yeah.
So any other questions? All in favor of approving this one?
Okay, thank you. So we go to the next one, please. The project number 2. So this is this project and the rest that I will mention. Those are already members of our network. So as in the slide is showing, we are considering the color of how they are managing their rotating, the actual rotating fund. So this is a community of Angara Bajo. This is one of the major community and members of Prodia Network that they are doing a great management of rotating fund. That's why they are in green color. So that means they are paying on time, they are recovering their money on time, they are implementing the project on time. So all this consideration, that's why we are recommended. And as this is a project that we already know how the impact and how they this project help in their productive activity for the farming, that is feeders for the cows. So they are requesting more than $8,000, and we are suggesting almost the half of the amount they requested. That is a 12,000 soles for the construction of the feeders for their cows. Yes, Roland.
I'm wondering, how many feeders can they build at the beginning before repaying and building more? So what's the first installment of feeders? Can they make 5 or 10?
Since they start working with us or with this amount?
Yeah, or maybe another way of saying it, how much does a feeder cost?
Okay. Yeah.
One feeder.
Hubert, una consulta, por favor. ¿Cuánto es el costo aproximado de cada comedero en la actualidad?
Dependiendo del tamaño. Normalmente nosotros hacemos un comedero de 10 a 12 metros con un promedio de 700, pero ellos cuando piden más hacen un comedero de ambos lados, o sea, tienen un comedero a un lado y a la espalda otro, entonces son como dos comederos que saldría como 1400 y hay veces cuando piden más ponen el techo más el comedero, ¿no? Más o menos es así.
Depends on the size.
Yeah. So it is calculated by to receive 1,000 soles per beneficiary in this project. So it depends on their own needs, as we mentioned before, that our model is adapting and growing. So if one beneficiary wants bigger, they put more money, but we are only giving 1,000 for each beneficiary in this project.
Thanks.
Why do feeders are so good just compared with animals grazing?
Parasites.
Parasites?
Oh, yeah. If they're feeding on the ground, the parasites live in the ground. And if you put them in feeders, there's much less chance.
Yeah.
Because the food they put in there is clean.
Okay.
It's related to the health, animal health. I mean, yeah.
Will it work with llamas
And
and
it's less waste too, because they eat it all. They never get it all when it's on the ground.
Great question.
Yeah, and especially during the rainy season, it's all muddy and all wet, and providing the food just on the ground. I guess, yeah. So it is good to have this kind of infrastructure of the feeders for the cows, so healthy and clean.
okay?
Yeah.
Does it work with llamas and
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, but this is just for the farmers.
This is just cows.
Cows. Yeah.
Right. And the cat.
And the cat. She's the healthy, the magical cat. Except.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments about this proposal project, please?
Voting time.
I suggest we vote for it. All in favor?
Okay, so next project, please. Okay, so this is a proposal of this artisan organization, Virgen de Copacabana. They are asking support for display cases, so they can show their products in their stores for the potential buyers. This is like for presentation. So we have before this kind of project with the artisan, and this is a recommended. They are asking 14,000 soles. But we are only suggesting a 7,000, a little more of 7,000, considering the cost of the display cases and the amount of the beneficiaries. This community is in yellow, as is mentioned, that the reinvestment rate. So we understand the importance of having this display purchase that shows a better presentation for the product. So this is something that we would like to recommend their approval for this organization. So if there is any comments or questions, please.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Liz? Oh, I was just gonna ask, so, I know there's a new red, yellow and green system, which I think is really helpful, and you guys have been working really hard on figuring out. And I'm curious what the difference is. So this is a 68% reinvestment rate is yellow. So what does it take reinvestment rate wise to get into green? Is there any concern that they're yellow?
Yeah, this is something that is part of our plan to work on this year to pass those or help those communities and organizations that are in yellow to pass on green. So that's one of our priorities to work. And yeah, this classification of the color, it needs to be with timing. Maybe the organization didn't reinvest on time. So that is, I mean, being strict, okay, you go to yellow. But other than that, since we invited this organization to submit a proposal to this year, for sure they've been doing a great management. I mean, let's say all the funds being recovered must be the case of they didn't invest or reschedule the repayment on that. But other than that, they're doing a good management. Roland?
Last year, when we visited one of the ceramics producers, we could see firsthand how terrific these display cases were for showing off their goods. And it's easy to see how sales can improve when visitors see them on such great display. So I think we got visual evidence for the kind of persuasiveness of displaying their amazing works.
Thanks, Roland.
Is that a recommendation?
It is.
Any other question? Oh, was there another question?
Gloria has a question. If do many potential customers see the displays?
Sure, they visit their own workshops of the different artisans, so they can see in the site their products. So yes, they have stores open to the potential buyers. So this is why they are asking for the display, so they can have a better presentation of their products.
Was there another question?
That was it online.
Okay, Lindsay, I mean, anything else there? All in favor? Great.
Okay, so we now go to see the other proposal. Project number 4, please. So this proposal is coming from the Virgen de las Mercedes, a local association from Chijnaya. As you remember, with the community of Chijnaya, we have suspended the work. But with this association, of younger folks, they decide to join again the network, and we start working with it a few years ago. So for this year, they want to continue work with us with the proposal of the shared implementation. This is part of the infrastructure that we highly recommend. We know the impact of this kind of project on how the sheds increase the production of the milk, especially during the coldest season in the Altiplano. So the cows have been protected of the cold season, especially during the night, and that reflects on the increase in the production of the milk. So this is a project that we highly recommend, and especially that strengthens the relationship between this association of Chijnaya community, and especially recognizing that they put the part of their rotating fund belongs to the community, but this organization say, hey, we would like to restart working again with you, but this is our part of the compromise, showing the compromise. They put in back payment back of the rotating fund. And they are doing a good management of the rotating fund. That's why it's considering green. So they're asking, where is a large association? There are 50 members. Of course, they are asking every single member receive the $1,000 for the shed, but we understand that can be possible because we don't have money to cover all this. So we are only recommend for 12 beneficiaries. It's about $1,000 for each of them. for the build of the shed. So
This association has signed the official documents. So they have power of attorney and all
yes,
that.
yes, yes. So if there are any questions or comments, please let us know.
So the grants are made in soles.
Pardon me?
The grants
The grants are, no, are made in dollars.
and made in
And
dollars.
and then it's translated into soles. We transfer the money in dollars, and then it has to be changed in Peru.
No, but
The loan
are
is-
you voting for 12,000 soles? Or
Yes.
are we voting for $3,750? Which are we?
Same,
They're the same.
same. It's a
They aren't the
commission.
same when you, in a week or 2 weeks, they aren't the same.
Well, no, for the budget, for these projects, we set the budget at the exchange rate of 3.2 now. Because there's flexibility in when you can buy things, as opposed to salaries, which is a different category, you gotta keep that at 3.7 or whatever we decide we're going to do. But for this, the ProDia team can decide when they want to make the purchase. So that basically what you're gonna transfer is $3,750.
No, but I still don't understand. Is the, are they gonna get 12,000, exactly 12,000 soles?
Yes,
Despite what the dollar amount is?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
but that's true, and we'll come up against this in the salaries as well.
Okay,
To have that understanding of, okay, the rate changes, but what do people receive on the ground? And that's what we had to correct last year with that emergency fund.
okay, yeah.
Okay, a good question. It's benchmarked to the sole amount,
yes,
the dollar amount.
Yeah, right, exactly. The grants are in soles.
yes.
Yeah,
Good. So did we vote on this one already or no? Okay,
Let's do it.
those in favor? Opposed? So,
Okay, thank you. The next project, it's a community of Pucachupa. As part of the activities, this is farmer to farmer community. They've been working with us many years. They are introducing as other members of our network technology to make easier their activities and to increase their production. So now this community, there are farmers. They're asking grinders and mills for the food, you know, so they can provide a better food for the animals. So this is part of the technology or machinery technology into their farmer activity. This is a new proposal for this year to buy the grinders and mills, and they've been asking 18,000 soles just for it's for for 6 beneficiaries to buy this machinery. And we understand the importance of this machinery into their productive activities, so we are only suggesting the half. So as is shown on the presentation, this community are doing a good management of the previous rotating funds, so this is why they are in green. And this is we are recommended the approval of this project, considering the use of this machinery. It will be held in time and short, you know, the work and be more productive the work in the field.
how many machines does it buy?
That amount, it's this amount we go for 3. It's almost 3,000 soles per machine.
And do they get shared?
No, this is individual.
Individual.
Yeah, because then we try to be share like a communal machinery, but then what happened when the machine get
The breaks.
yeah, so nobody will say, oh, well, I'm not responsible or something, but it can be a collective project. It needs to be individual, so they can be responsible for their own machinery.
But the idea is that as they pay that back, the other additional people who get
Yes, as the model.
of the rotation.
And then you leave it up for the community to decide who gets the first year?
Yes, sorteo.
They have to sort.
Sorteos.
Yeah, who will be the luckiest three person one round? Yeah, they will be by lottery, sorteo.
And then I suppose they'll loan them out to their
Oh,
friends.
yes.
Yeah.
Small amount.
Yeah.
Rent them up.
And then get a money back, and that's where the.
Pay for all the times they break down.
Well, remember the bailiff
Yeah.
and how much money that community was able to make by lending out that bailiff.
Yeah, but bailers have a gazillion parts and they're always breaking down.
Yeah. That's all they want. Okay, any other questions, comments? All in favor of this one?
Okay, thank you. Next project, please. The next project, number 6, is to Association of Nicasio, Virgen de Fatima. This has been already part of our network. This is related to the infrastructure. Farmer, the stable. The stable is the feeder, the sheds, the milk station, and this is that's part of the stable. So they are asking 57,000 soles to this project, but we are suggesting the 9,600 soles, considering the previous project that we will be working with this association, and but we understand the importance of have this infrastructure project. So it's part of a sum of small projects to have this stable. So the community are doing a good management of the fund. So this is a green color, this association, and we recommend the approval of this project of the stable construction.
Is for one stable?
No, this let me check. See.
Communal or individual?
No, this is individual.
Okay, individual.
Yes.
And this is enough to construct one?
No, I can check here.
20.
Are those grinder machines that we saw previously, are they Peruvian or are they imported?
No, they are Peruvian machine. Yeah.
That's good.
Not less expensive.
Yeah.
Local parts.
Yeah.
Well, you support, yeah.
I just wondered, have we given them enough to construct? Yeah. This is what the calculation is.
So every beneficiary will receive 2,600. So it's like for four beneficiaries for 4 stables. Yeah. And they have previous rotating funds that they can be reinvested in this project when they do with the repayment. Because they are 20 beneficiaries and it will be well almost 50,000 if we want to cover all this for every single beneficiaries. But yeah. So this amount of money that we are suggesting is for four beneficiaries.
So we can expect them to come back.
Yeah, or they will be reinvesting when they do the payment of the previous rotating fund, they can be reinvested in this project.
We've done this kind of thing before. Sounds the right staging for it. Any other questions? Okay, all in favor?
Okay, thank you. Next, please. Okay, so this is a new project with that related to the technology using in the productive activities. And this is for the organization Nuevo Amanecer of Cochra. They're asking 20,000 soles, but we are suggesting the 12,000 soles for this project. And let me check the.
What the heck is an extruder?
What are they extruding?
Clay?
Is it clay or?
Extruder.
This is for ceramics. I think this machinery helps improve the preparation of the materials for their work.
What's their work?
Ceramics,
Right.
the artisans. Juber, un favor, ¿tienes más información sobre esta máquina extrusadora? Se tiene entendido que es para mejorar el proceso de preparación de los materiales para los ceramistas. Si nos comentas algo adicional, por favor.
Sí, es una máquina que permite la mezcla de las arcillas para hacer un producto cerámico de cualquier tipo. Se necesita mezclar las arcillas. La cerámica no sale solo de una arcilla, sino de varias arcillas. Por ejemplo, si quieren hacer ollas, necesitan mezclar arcillas que resistan al calor y también otras arcillas que sean más plásticas, algo así. Entonces, en algunos, incluso, por ejemplo, para hacer los toritos, digamos, necesitan juntar más arcillas. La doctora Elizabeth Clary debe ser más que yo. Y esto se hace manualmente, la mezcla. Se hace el amasado, hay técnicas de eso. Pero este tipo de máquinas lo que hace es reemplazar ese trabajo manual. Es más o menos como una forma de mezclar la arcilla, pero mecánicamente. Eso es el resumen, quizás, el proyecto. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Hubert. I would like to mention that the cost of this machinery is more than they are asking. They are putting money by themselves to buy this. So they are, they've been asking the total amount of the project is more than 50,000 soles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they are doing a portion of 32,000 to this project. So that's why they are asking the 20,000. So a lot of, more than the half of the cost of the machine, they're putting their money to buy this. But considering that, we would like to, I mean, they request 20,000, but we understand, I mean, that we can cover that amount of money. So that's why we are suggesting the 12,000 for to buy this machinery.
So one machine would serve all 6 of the beneficiaries, of the members.
Well, it is for individual, so it will be six machineries.
Oh, this buys 6 machines?
So it's 50,000 for 6. Or it's 50,000 each one.
Thank you.
This is yes, for 6. That is true, because it is expensive, this machinery.
Well, and they're heavy, so I would imagine they wouldn't be sharing them around, or they could, if they shared them, they would have to have them in a space where they could all come.
Yeah. Esto, se tiene entendido de que este es un proyecto individual, no es colectivo. Pues la pregunta era si es que van a compartir el uso de esta máquina o es solo individual.
¿Me escucha?
Ahora sí, ya.
Escucho entre otros. Ya, ya, mire, acá hay, diferencia de precios entre máquinas originales. Nosotros el año pasado hemos comprado, por ejemplo, un torno original importado que tiene un precio bien elevado. Pero también hay máquinas que lo hacen aquí, acá en mismo Pucará. Entonces yo me imagino que dependiendo del dinero que se va a aprobar, decidirán qué máquina van a comprar. Si es que va a ser hecho solo en Pucará o importar una de las originales. Por ejemplo, esa es una original, esa debe estar bien carísima. Entonces yo creo que hay opciones en este caso y ellos lo decidirán dependiendo, como les vuelvo a repetir, ¿no? Del fondo que se tiene. Eso podría. Y normalmente esto es individual. O sea, cada socio tiene un taller familiar, entonces quieren eso para un solo taller. Es difícil compartir, eso no funciona muy bien. Ya tenemos experiencia en eso.
Yes. Okay, so this is for the purchase of the extruding machines. Other comments, questions? Everybody in favor, all in favor?
Okay, thank you. Next project, please. Alfalfa seed. So as the new organization, New Betanias, that we mentioned in the first project, this organization, farmer from Huancuire, José Domingo Choquehuanca, is already part of our network. We know the importance of the impact of this project, as we mentioned before. So this is highly recommend, and this is something that every year they need seeds for to insurance the food for the animals. So yes, Robert.
I'm thinking those numbers aren't quite right. Maybe
Yeah,
the
the numbers
soles
are wrong.
should be more on the top, like 16,000 soles.
So it's the first one.
I'll double check the amounts while we're discussing.
Sorry.
Suggested to be up, 20 something.
Exactly, 18 or something. Doesn't matter, but just. Yeah. 18.
Yeah. So this is a project that we would like to recommend, considering the importance of the alfalfa seed, and we are requesting the 10,000 soles, or suggesting. I mean, was the request? I think it's like
The amount suggested is 10,000 soles, which is 3,125. And the amount requested was 10,080, which is 3,150. So apologies, I'll fix that real quick.
Yeah, the requested amount to be 20,000.
Yeah. It looks like the requested in dollars was correct and the soles correct.
Yeah.
But I can't.
Sorry. Here we go. So the amount requested just needs to be changed to 3,150. So the amount suggested is correct. So it's a little less than what they requested, like 80 soles less.
Oh.
No. Yeah,
I have to change this amount here. Amount requested should say 3,150.
20,000 soles they're requesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 19 almost. 19.
No, here, at least David, correct me if I'm wrong. What I have on the Excel is they were requesting the 10,080.
So the dollar amount.
So the dollar amount is incorrect. It should say 3,150. I'm trying to edit it.
Okay, thanks.
they are requesting 10,080 soles.
Yes.
Yes. So we are suggesting 10,000.
There we go.
That is, Because it goes, so it goes, 1,000 soles for every single beneficiary for the day. Yes, that's the right.
Okay,
Thanks,
thanks.
Maxi.
Yep, sorry about that.
Okay, all in favor?
80 soles.
Okay, so now we are going, those are the rotating funds proposal, as you know, that goes to the following the model. This needs to be recovered, that funds and reinvested again in the rotating funds projects. But now we are propose the water project. This is not part of the rotating funds program. This money is not recovered, it just goes to the community, to the project. I just want to mention that we have previous experience with this kind of project, especially in the Amantani Island, where we already implemented a water project that will be part of our report later in the meeting. We understand and learn the impact of this project that goes to the population to access of clean water. You know, the impact in their income resource, because they provide better service to the rural tourists. The impact in their health, especially in their health, because they can have access to clean water and the preparation of the food and everything related to the water. And the main thing is provide a better quality of life. You know, because the Amantani Island, it's they don't have, there is 10 communities that form the island, and the access of the water is it is difficult for them, especially for those who live up in the islands. They can need to they find a water ojo de agua, or a water source in their land, that's fine, but usually they go down to the lake to provide water in buckets and going up to the hill.
Way up.
Way up to the hill, so it is difficult. But so now we have this proposal project to one of the community of Ocopampa, and I would like to mention that the amount of the request for the water project is minimum of the cost of the total project. They put a lot of work on the implementation of this project, especially in the hard labor, you know, digging the soil and doing all these trenches, the trenches to every single house, and installation of the pipe and all that. There's a lot of hard work, and they only requested support for the machinery. This is renewable energy, because they pump water from the lake with solar panels up to the reservoir, and then from the reservoir go the distribution to the houses. So the amount of their money that they are requesting is small, considering the total amount of money that costs of the project, that is more than 200,000 soles.
And the communities that provided the land, the piping, the labor. And in addition, all of the communities were looking at a water project. We have done a previous project with them, a small project, to make sure that the rotating fund is going to work, that they understood it.
So this is for a pump, basically.
Yeah,
That's the
basically.
machinery that is.
Yes, and with this amount of money, we will be able to buy all the solar systems, to pump the water, and they work on doing the reservoir and all the pipes and all that's the expenses that they just assume the cost of that part.
And last January, this was one part of our trip, was to visit Amantani and to meet with all 10 of the communities. They all came to the General Assembly there. And we were only doing one, that was a unit, we were doing the one project there. And of course, now everyone wants potable water. You know, if you're looking for a project that will change women's lives, this is probably the one that you want to support, because it changes things dramatically. So, these are expensive. There's no question about that. And when we look at the entire budget, we may want to make a decision about carving those off to a side. One's tempted to do it just in terms of how much money they cost. On the other hand, the number of beneficiaries of these projects is one of the highest. So that's a tough choice, and we could go ahead and approve them if they have been recommended and we feel we want to do them at some point. And then as we raise money for water projects, do them seriatim as the money comes in. But I personally feel that we have a kind of commitment to some of these communities to raise as much money as we can, because it makes such a difference in everybody's health, well-being, and quality of life.
So how many beneficiaries? It did say it's a whole community.
Families. Yeah, it's a whole community.
So roughly what, 200?
The ones that we did last year, between the two communities, there was almost 700 people. So it's probably around 350 per community.
50 per.
That's at least what I'm guessing. If David doesn't have the exact figure, those were the amounts of the two communities last year.
Well, plus the tourist benefit as well.
Well, and
Oh, yeah.
It's part of their
There
economic
are
development.
10 communities that came to the session. So far, 2 of them have water projects, and this will be the 3rd, or I'm trying to get how many more communities need.
Yeah, well, we are not working with the whole communities in the Mantani Island. Yeah, there is 7 communities from the 10 that is part of our network now, and we already implemented 3 water projects. Yeah, already. So this community is they've been in a hole because they submit this proposal the previous year, but we've been doing keeping in a hole because we have the other communities as a priority. So now they come back and say, hey, reconsider our proposal water project for this year, please. So this is why we are reconsidering and putting under the consideration to the board.
Yes, and this is one of 3 that we're going to look at. Yes.
Yeah. And so you would expect the others maybe to come back, to come next year.
Yes, probably, because this is a main need for the whole community, the access to the water.
Do you want to look at all 3 and then vote for them, or?
I think we can be quick with the next.
Yeah, are they similar?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Next, please, Mackenzie. Well, the same project, it's a community of Ocosuyo. They have the same need as the other communities. The access of the water is the same system. I mean, pump the water with the solar system to a reservoir and then go into the houses. I would like to mention that the whole community is one of the main productive activity is the rural tourism. So they can provide, and the impact of the water project is not only to their family and the health and all that, so they can provide a better services, especially now the visitors want to have the experience of the living with the families and all that, but they are asking now for private bedrooms and hot showers and all that. So now with the access of the water, they can provide a better services for the visitors. So it's the same. They are asking a small support, considering as I mentioned before, the total amount of the cost of the project that is more than 200,000 soles. So they're asking only the support in the machinery that we already have experience. And the next water project is not on the Mantani Island. It's near Pucará. That's a community of Pucachupa. They are asking support for water too. And Pucachupa is already a member of our network. They're doing a great management of the rotating pipe. They are on grid, and this is a project that we recommend so they can have access of the water for the members of the community. So this is their water project proposal.
One thing I do want to point out is that they were already in the list of the projects earlier. I'm trying to figure out which it was. They were the Grinders and Mill community, correct, David?
Yes. They have a previous proposal for their machinery, but this is a water project.
So the water that they receive in the houses is gravity fed?
No, they have pits, pozos.
Pumps. Oh, wells.
Bombas para.
Wells. Pozos?
Yeah, pozos.
Well,
But you said it didn't.
It's
Reservoirs.
No, they don't have reservoirs at the moment.
They pump the water up.
But when this is introduced, you said they have reservoirs, they're gonna build a reservoir on top of the hill.
No, that's in the Mantani.
The last two communities.
Yeah, this is on the flat
I see.
near
Okay.
Pucara. Yes.
So when they're on the flat, they need bombas, right?
Yeah.
But when they're on the hill, they probably don't.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Oh, go ahead, David.
Judy?
Will we be able to fund all three, or do we need to prioritize? Let's see who gets what those.
Yeah, we're going to, we can approve all three and then just work through them as money gets raised. But we've had some success with donors who have wanted to do a water project. And I think that's the way we have to treat these because they are a separate kind of enterprise.
I would just.
Sorry.
No, I'm not trying to interrupt. I just was going to maybe give everybody kind of a bigger scope. I know we're looking at the budget tomorrow, but just so there's an idea of kind of what we were asked of last year, our total budget was 350. This year we're planning on 403,000 more or less. So that's a big difference in needing to fundraise. So that's why there's a little bit of hesitancy about just outright approving these because I think we all can see a lot of us firsthand last year the impact that these projects can have. We've talked about the number of beneficiaries. It is a very attractive to donors. David and I have applied for different grants for water projects in the past, unsuccessfully, unfortunately, but there are a lot of opportunities like that out there, and we already have some relationships with some donors interested in water projects that we're hoping we can fill that need. So I just wanted everybody to have that in mind as they're navigating this conversation. I think the recommendation of the executive committee that we've landed on is to approve these three projects contingent upon receiving those funds. And then as you guys are discussing right now, prioritizing which ones. And I think what would be helpful for that conversation, David, is if you can, or Yuver or someone from the Prodia team, let us know who has come to us in the past. Because I know some of these projects were ones that were requested last year, I believe. So this is like a duplicate request. So I'm guessing we would recommend whichever one we've had kind of in the queue the longest. But correct me if I'm wrong, David.
Oh, that is very helpful. And it's Water Charity that has helped us in the past. The organizer, founder of Water Charity passed away. His son is now in charge and we've been back in touch with him. But we still haven't heard. But that would help us a lot if Water Charity wanted to do one of these. But as Mackenzie says, we have, as an executive committee, felt that these were projects well worth supporting if we could raise the money for it.
Yeah, and Water Charity has the capacity to support potentially one of these projects, one of the three.
Wonderful.
Contingent upon funds raised.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that is what our recommendation would be. Debbie, do you want to say something about all of them have come to us before, right?
Yes. The first one, there was the reconsideration, the Ocopampa. That was on a hold from the previous year, but these ones, they come this year.
So the two previous would be the first two to be approved and then the third. if we raise enough money. For all of it, I'll get back to that. Is that clear?
Just to confirm, sorry, so the number, so this is for minutes. So number 9 was requesting 35, or we were suggesting 35. Number 10 was also 35, and then the third one is 30. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All those in favor of the water projects?
You just gotta raise the money.
Yeah, we gotta raise money.
Well, thank you all. I think we already reviewed all the proposal for this 2026, and thanks for all your questions and comments and support that, give us the responsibility of all the team to make it through all this work.
Let's see, a question, thinking about time and when dinner is, I'm wondering if a lunch
Yeah.
break is in
Yeah.
order.
Yes.
An hour past the
Yeah.
time, yeah.
I think we should break at this point. We'll bring lunch in, it's here. And we're in this room, so we can continue conversation over lunch, but let's take about a 10-minute break to have some lunch. And then we'll reconvene.
Well,
Okay, if you didn't catch that, we'll be back in 10 minutes and we'll go from there. Thanks, everybody. All right, it sounds like everyone in Palm Springs is ready to get started. Um, one comment I just wanted to mention online that happened during the break was Gloria's recommending that we should put our 100% Charity Navigator ranking everywhere because it would be a big difference in fundraising. So I can't hear you guys in Palm Springs. Sorry.
Okay, okay, continue with the agenda in the program. We will now going into the report of the water projects of the last year that may be implemented. So I will pass to my compañero Juber, por favor.
Buenas tardes nuevamente con todos. No sé si me logran escuchar. Sí. Ok,
Sí.
gracias. Bueno, el programa de agua potable es uno de los más importantes ahora porque realmente el impacto que está provocando en las comunidades es muy alto, ¿no? Podemos seguir, por favor, con la presentación. Ahí está. Bueno, el objetivo del programa justamente es nosotros queremos, eh, a ver, perdón. Ya, incrementar el acceso del agua potable, ¿no? Y de diferentes usos, tipos de uso del agua. Estamos poniendo de diferentes usos porque la comunidad de Lampayuni, que ya hizo hace 2 años o 3 años atrás el proyecto de agua, además ha planificado regar algunas huertas familiares con esta agua. Entonces, no solamente está sirviendo este proyecto de agua para el consumo humano, sino además para salvar ciertos cultivos, ¿no? Entonces, en este caso nos hemos centrado el año pasado en las comunidades de Icatiana y Colquecachi, ¿no? Que es en la isla de Amantaní. Eh, los logros importantes es que en ambas comunidades se ha logrado concluir los proyectos. Eh, este proyecto en realidad es realizado por la comunidad. El mayor aporte de mano de obra, inclusive de materiales, lo hace la comunidad. Haciendo un cálculo muy somero de la inversión que se necesita para este tipo de proyectos, es algo de $500,000 por proyecto, y nosotros solamente les damos 35,000 soles, para que pudieran darse cuenta de que la mayor cantidad del trabajo, del apoyo para este proyecto es de ellos mismos. De manera que nosotros consideramos que son sus proyectos y nosotros solamente les apoyamos con un granito de arena, ¿no? De manera simbólica, lo mencionamos así. Otro de los logros es que hemos fortalecido la organización del HAS, porque ellos tenían un HAS, pero no tenían agua potable, ¿no? Han tenido un proyecto del municipio de muchos millones de soles y no ha funcionado. Pero hemos retomado las actividades del, del HAS con estos proyectos. Eh, bueno, también el logro es que han vuelto a hacer los trabajos colectivos, que hace años lo hacían. Desde el año 2000 más o menos, el Estado empezó a pagar y todos empezaron a pagar por la mano de obra, eh, por lo que ya no había trabajos colectivos. Si querían hacer algún proyecto, siempre decían cuánto nos van a pagar por día. Sin embargo, en este proyecto hemos rescatado, por decirlo de alguna manera, el trabajo comunal y colectivo. Siguiente, por favor. Los desafíos superados eh, estaban dentro del marco de cumplir con, con los planes que habíamos hecho con toda la comunidad. Este es un trabajo que inicia, que nace en la comunidad y requería o requiere de bastante participación de la comunidad, por lo que era necesario tener varias reuniones para esto. Uno de los desafíos ha sido el de conseguir un terreno para que podamos hacer el pozo de captación llamado Caizón. Al inicio, del momento que hemos hecho el proyecto, hemos ubicado un lugar donde sería la captación de agua. Sin embargo, una vez aprobado el proyecto, la persona que nos iba a ceder el terreno ha pedido dinero y no teníamos dinero. Entonces, hemos tenido que buscar otras personas que nos puedan ceder, que nos puedan donar. Y gracias a Dios hemos conseguido a una persona que ha donado un espacio para que se haga el CAISO. Ha sido en algún momento un poco preocupante esta situación porque no sabíamos dónde hacer el pozo CAISO. Otro de los desafíos superados ha sido que algunas comunidades aledañas no querían ceder el pase de las tuberías que se iba a instalar para la red de tendido de la matriz y también de los ramales, de los tubos, ¿no? El caso en que hemos tenido un conflicto y hemos tenido que superar esto ha sido en la comunidad de Colquecachi y la comunidad de Opampa. Eh, la comunidad de tanto de Ojopampa y Colquecachi querían o quieren tener independientemente su sistema de agua. Y ellos habían señalado el lugar de captación en una playa donde era casi la misma que había señalado eh, Ojopampa, ¿no? Entonces, ellos han hecho un reclamo diciendo que la otra comunidad había señalado como el lugar de captación en el mismo, en otro lugar y ahora está en el mismo y todo un problema. Después también para abaratar el costo del proyecto se tenía que utilizar un tanque que el Estado había dejado ahí, no lo han utilizado, estaba nuevo, pero ambas comunidades querían el tanque. Bueno, se ha hecho todo un trabajo sobre todo información a ambas comunidades y se ha evitado un conflicto. De manera que hemos llegado a buenos términos, ¿no? Y bueno, se ha logrado hacer el CAISO. Y también tenemos un espacio, si es que se va a aprobar el proyecto para Popampa, también para la otra comunidad. No va a haber problema. El siguiente, por favor. Ah, ya. El otro, los otros desafíos eran sobre pedir los permisos de los terrenos, como les decía, ¿no? Habían familias que no querían que pase el agua o las tuberías por sus casas o por sus chacras. Eh, el otro desafío era que ellos pudieran pagar el costo de los materiales que se va a utilizar. Por ejemplo, cemento, tubos. También han comprado motores para sacar el agua y hacer el Kyson, en fin, ha habido mucho aporte de ellos, ¿no? Realmente se ha logrado y todos han cumplido. También el otro desafío que hemos tenido en este proyecto ha sido cumplir con los trabajos programados y esto para mí es una eh, forma muy tradicional, pero que poco a poco se está perdiendo el famoso tareo. Esto significa que si digamos tendríamos que excavar algo de 100 metros y son como 50 beneficiarios, les toca a 2 metros por persona y ellos lo cumplen en el momento que se les dice. Y este tipo de trabajo ha hecho posible este proyecto y ¿no? Se han formado brigadas y todo gratis, ¿no? Eso es uno de lo que yo valoro mucho de estos proyectos. Lecciones aprendidas, sobre las lecciones aprendidas, la siguiente presentación, porfa. Es que nosotros, al momento de elaborar el proyecto, habíamos calculado las dimensiones de los tanques y también la capacidad de la bomba, pero casi siempre la gente se anima al momento que se aprueba el proyecto. Algunos no creen que va a ser posible el agua potable, y no se animan, pero cuando ya saben que ya está aprobado el proyecto y están empezando a trabajar, hay gente que se anima en el momento y quiere poner las cuotas, quiere trabajar, ¿no? Pero esto varía muchas veces el cálculo de la capacidad del tanque y también de la bomba, ¿no? Entonces, recomendamos siempre ahora para adelante que no nos basemos solo en el proyecto que se ha hecho, sino tratemos de repente de ver algún aumento, ¿no? No solamente también porque hay gente que se anima al mismo rato de trabajo, sino además porque hay una un pequeño porcentaje de crecimiento demográfico en la isla. Otra de las lecciones es bueno, básicamente es lo que les dije. La siguiente, por favor. No sé si hay más. Creo que hay más, sí. Sobre recomendaciones, eh, nosotros siempre tenemos problemas con la empresa que hace el proyecto, ¿no? Contratamos a ingenieros que conocen de obras civiles y también de obras eléctricas a panel solar. Eh, Nosotros hacemos un proyecto con ellos, porque ellos son los que nos ayudan a hacer estos proyectos. Eh, Quedamos en que ellos hagan un seguimiento permanente a cada comunidad, pero según lo que me han comentado los beneficiarios es que más era una comunicación quizás por teléfono o con el maestro de obra. Y eso a veces a las comunidades no les gustaba. Querían que el ingeniero esté ahí permanente o cada cierto tiempo, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros recomendamos que haya más permanencia del ingeniero en el campo, que haya más supervisión, que no sea por teléfono o solamente mediante el maestro de obra, porque para hacer todo esto hay un maestro de obra que está guiando todo y el ingeniero menciona de que estaba permanentemente contactado con él, pero lo que queremos es que el ingeniero vaya al campo, ¿no? Eh, También lo que le recomendamos es que, como les volví a decir, como les vuelvo a repetir, considerar una cierta cantidad de beneficiarios más, ¿no? Porque hay veces se animan en el momento que se ejecuta el proyecto y a veces también está muy cerca al reservorio, es más, son de otra comunidad, pero están cerca al reservorio o cerca a la captación del agua y no los, en el momento de hacer el proyecto no los hemos considerado, pero ellos siempre se animan. Por la experiencia de estos proyectos que tenemos, están siempre involucrados, ¿no? Se recomienda considerar a ellos más, ¿no? Ahora eso es lo que pretendemos hacer si es que se va a aprobar los proyectos. Eso es, creo, todo lo que tenía que decir. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Hubert. ¿Alguna pregunta o comentario? Questions or comments? David, you're muted if I can't, sorry, we can't hear if anyone's saying something.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Okay, then we can go ahead and go to the volunteer program report for 2025. Hubert, gracias.
Yes. Al respecto del programa de voluntariado, eh, lo que queremos como objetivo, la siguiente, por favor. Eh, el objetivo del programa es fortalecer, por una parte, la capacidad de los estudiantes de antropología, ¿no? Para que puedan ser capaces de identificar, ¿no? De elaborar proyectos participativos, eh, apoyándonos a nosotros en el manejo de estas comunidades. O sea, eso es lo que queremos, ¿no? Pero este año, bueno, el año pasado yo más he visto que se está cumpliendo más el lado de fortalecer a los estudiantes, porque ellos salen al campo, yo les hago capacitaciones para que puedan manejar herramientas participativas. Creo que ellos salen ganando más que nosotros, porque ellos no tienen formación, ¿no? Y no cumplen con entregarnos informes adecuados, ¿no? Seguimos, por favor, la otra presentación. Sin embargo, los logros que hemos tenido en el programa en el año pasado es que se ha logrado salir a 20 organizaciones de las 20, perdón, a 19 organizaciones de las 20 programadas. Se ha dividido estas salidas en 2 semestres, ¿no? Se ha tenido una, una cantidad de salidas en el primer semestre con los jóvenes del noveno semestre y después en el segundo semestre también con el mismo noveno semestre, pero con otros estudiantes. Eran prácticamente 2 semestres diferentes los que han salido. Y esto es un poco complicado porque nuevamente se les tenía que hacer en cada semestre las capacitaciones, ¿no? Eh, Se tenía que hacer las capacitaciones también, a pesar de que había huelgas en la Universidad de Puno, hay huelgas a cada rato, por eso es que tal vez no se ha podido lograr hacer las capacitaciones necesarias, pero bueno, en fin. Se ha logrado realizar los talleres en 19 organizaciones, ¿no? Y se conoce la priorización de 19 organizaciones también, ¿no? Siguiente, por favor. Eh, Logros operativos de impacto. Se tiene la idea clara de 12 organizaciones sobre sus prioridades de proyectos. De acuerdo a los resultados de los talleres participativos que hemos hecho, hemos podido identificar algunos proyectos que ellos han priorizado, los cuales serán considerados para futuros proyectos que se podrían ejecutar con los fondos rotatorios. Ah, bueno, el logro más, como les digo, es que los jóvenes del noveno semestre pueden utilizar metodologías participativas, ¿no? Para identificar proyectos. Siguiente, por favor. Han habido varios desafíos que se han superado en el campo, ¿no? Eh, Uno de ellos es que ellos casi no tenían o no tenían nada de conocimiento sobre el uso de las herramientas participativas, no tenían conocimiento de cómo entrar a una comunidad, hacer un taller, o se les ha enseñado, se les ha hecho charlas de inducción, pero eso han hecho en el campo eso, obviamente con varias limitaciones, porque ir al campo por primera vez para muchos ha sido una experiencia muy nueva, ¿no? Eh, Otro de los desafíos es eh, que en las comunidades no habíamos trabajado de este tipo. Ha sido la primera vez para muchas comunidades. Entonces teníamos que también a las comunidades explicarles la importancia de este tipo de trabajo y pedirles su apoyo, ¿no? Su disposición. Eh, Uno de los desafíos en el primer semestre hemos tenido el problema de que no han podido hacer un informe como se debiera, como quisiéramos. Y en el segundo semestre sí se ha superado tal vez este problema porque después de las salidas de campo de los talleres he tenido que ir yo nuevamente a la universidad para explicarles cómo debería ser un informe. Ese ha sido otro de los desafíos superados, ¿no? Bueno, ha habido alguna organización que no podía hacer los trabajos porque ya se iban a las ferias, ¿no? Entonces, eso también se ha tenido que ver en el trabajo que se ha hecho. El siguiente, por favor. Sobre las lecciones aprendidas. eh, las comunidades han mostrado bastante interés de trabajar de esta manera, pero los jóvenes no han estado a la altura, digamos. Se necesita tal vez un poco más de capacitación a ellos. La verdad que ni el profesor mismo conocía mucho de esto. Eso también es una preocupación. Otra de las lecciones aprendidas es que eh, no ha habido mucho compromiso de parte del docente, porque la idea o lo que habíamos conversado con los profesores de antropología es que todo este trabajo que hacíamos debería estar incluso como parte de la nota del curso, pero esto no lo han considerado así, al menos en el primer semestre, ¿no? Entonces, sería de recomendar o ver que ellos lo pongan como parte del curso y que el informe sea una nota del semestre, ¿no? Bueno, las recomendaciones, siguiente, por favor. Las recomendaciones es que eh, se puede hacer más charlas de manera tal vez más práctica, ya de frente con ellos mismos, practicar las herramientas, porque en el momento de hacerlo, a veces ellos no pueden manejar las circunstancias. Coordinar mejor, como les decía, con el docente para que el informe final sea parte de una nota, ¿no? Recomendamos también que los diagnósticos o los informes presentados por los estudiantes sean considerados para presentar nuevos proyectos. También recomendamos devolver la información que vamos a sacar o que estamos haciendo con los estudiantes para que les sirva como un instrumento de gestión. Esto podría mencionar sobre el programa de voluntariado si tal vez tengan alguna pregunta. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Hubert. Anybody have a question, comment for him and the volunteer program report?
It's a question of whether this is well spent time, I think, given all the obligations that the team takes on. It seems to me something that's worth discussing, whether this should be continued. I think it's very important to train a new generation and let them have experience in the rural areas. But when I listen to the report, it seems to me without the real active collaboration of the university staff and the professors, that we need to evaluate the time our staff is spending on this. Do we get enough benefit for the communities from this kind of activity? I think those are serious questions for the team to ask themselves, whether this is the best way to spend limited time and energy when you've got 50 communities that you're, or associations that you're trying to work with that want to work with you. Now, it may be that in assessing the program, the information the volunteers were able to garner is worthwhile, but I think that's worth asking.
David, what do you think?
Yeah, well, we love the program. I mean, we understand the importance of the students getting involved in the and have like practice experience, because at the university we learned that they receive a lot of theory and it's just when they go out to the field, it's a different reality. I mean, and we understand, and we would like to continue with this because for this year, the work of the volunteer program that we are expecting it support our activities on the reglementation. That is one of the objectives in the rotating funds program for this year. So we would like to continue. We understand the challenges that Hubert mentioned about how is the expectation and realities. Our expectation was, okay, the students need to have at least a basic knowledge about the tools of participatory tools and help us on the diagnosis, but the reality was, well, we need to start from zero because they don't have any experience on practicing this. And even the university wants to expand our volunteer program and say, hey, we can offer more positions because we don't have the budget to work on this, because they want, now we are working with the students from the anthropologic school, but they want to spend to the other social science schools, and well, our limited budget, it is that's the main barrier, and we don't have the capacity to handle a big group of students, but we understand the importance, and yes, I think this year with the reglementation on the reglementation for the members of our network to make them more strengthful and sustainable, the help of the students will be, let's say, better.
Well, and I think that's just a question to ask yourself, and I think that your answer was a good one.
Yeah.
That you're getting some real benefit from it. And going forward, just continue to ask that question.
Yeah, and the expectations of the university about to, well, practicing, having the students practicing in the field, with the development projects in the field, it is important. But in the other hand, I mean, this year we need to renew our compromise with a new document, collaboration agreement document with the UNA. But part of the modification, let's say, it's at least they need to guarantee to us a base knowledge for the students, because they come into zero, and then there's an extra work for us.
Yes.
So one part of our agreement will be, okay, we would like to continue, but the student needs to come with this knowledge.
And I would think you would need the collaboration of the professors.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
It's like your feeling is like, okay, the professor and the team of the students came to the office, and it's just, okay, this is your responsibility to say, hey, and that's not fair.
Yeah.
So.
I'd just like to comment that years ago, before I became an anthropologist, I taught at a trade school in the Altiplano. One of the biggest problems I had with there were the students who just wanted to write down what was on the blackboard. And there were the students who would participate in repairing a car. They were learning far more than the ones who would get an A grade from blackboard material. So it was the ones who would get their hands on it and then try and digest what the blackboard stuff was about were the ones I would hire as auto mechanics. And I've run into that. I ran into it with a kind of a deeper push was needed to get people over that edge. Some were very good at it when I was teaching auto mechanics in the neighboring ethnic community. Anyway, that's just my comment.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Sarah had
A clarifying question. So this is a volunteer program. Are students not receiving academic credit for it?
Well, part of the agreement was this field practice will be part of the grade for the semester, but it seems well, at least with the first semester it didn't come through. Yeah.
It could be formalized into a course, a methodology course. They get the training the first part of the semester. Then they have skin in the game. Their grade's going to depend on whether they show up and participate. So switch it from voluntary to mandatory.
Yeah.
Would be if there is interest at the university.
Yes, and thanks for the suggestion. And this is something that we will consider to the renewal, because our agreement will be ending in next June, but we would like to continue. So yes, this part of the responsibility that we would like to have more formal. Yes.
What was the origin of this program? Who asked for it, or who's initiated it? Was it initiated by Prodea, or was it initiated by the university? Did it come?
Yeah. Yeah, since with Ralph and Hubert being very close to some teachers from the anthropological school, then many years ago we started like kind of informal, not with a formal document. It just some professor with a group of students. Hey, we know that Prodea is working in the field. We would like to visit, and just an informal visit. But then a couple of years ago, we thinking about have more, a program and more formal. Then with a budget, then this is how we start. Yeah. So now, but they want to expand to the other faculties of social science. Yeah.
Don't think
It would be
so.
nice, but it's no.
You need to think about your time and energy.
I'm curious, what is because I know that they have to have practicas to graduate, right? And they do it with different organizations. And I think that goes back to the academic credit question. I'm not sure it is some official semester long thing, but what's the incentive for the professors? Because it sounds like the professors are not stepping up. So I'm wondering, like, what do they gain from participating other than training their students better? I'm just just, I would love to see more buy-in from them, you know?
Hubert, una consulta, una pregunta. Además, digamos, ¿hay algún incentivo para los docentes para llevar a sus grupos de estudiantes al campo como parte del programa de voluntariado? Además, digamos, de hacer que su clase teórica sea de práctica. ¿Hay algo adicional a eso que de repente tengas conocimiento, por favor?
Bueno, al inicio del programa de voluntariado, habíamos pensado que estas salidas iban a ser prácticas, o en todo caso, habíamos conversado de que el voluntariado iba a servir como prácticas, pero con la formalidad de la universidad y la formalidad de Prodía, no se ha podido hacer prácticas como tal, porque las prácticas en la universidad requieren de 3 meses de campo ininterrumpido y nosotros no podríamos haberlos llevado 3 meses en el campo haciendo actividades de Prodía. Y tampoco Prodía podría haber pagado a 3 meses a los practicantes y todavía a varios, ¿no? Estamos hablando más o menos de 13, 14 jóvenes por semestre y jamás podríamos pagar a los practicantes. Entonces, esto de las salidas con el noveno semestre, porque iba a ser con el 10º, eso de las salidas ha sido, digamos, un reacomodo del voluntariado, ¿no? Con salidas muy cortas, cada semana o cada 15 días. Y el mayor incentivo que ellos tienen, y yo entiendo así, es que quieren conocer el campo, salir al campo, porque ellos tienen formación solo teórica nomás. Entonces, los docentes, hay muchos docentes que desean venir a las comunidades de Prodía para trabajar no solo lo que hacemos, sino también investigaciones, pero no lo hacen porque no tienen los viáticos que nosotros les damos a los estudiantes que vienen a trabajar con nosotros, ¿no? Siempre el interés, siempre el incentivo o algo que les incentiva a otras carreras más, incluso porque el decano me pide que podamos trabajar con otras carreras, es eso de ir al campo, ¿no? Conocer la realidad como tal, lo cual no tienen en la universidad, ¿no? Eso podría comentar. Gracias.
Gracias, Hubert.
To follow up on a question of Susie's, do you think the knowledge about the communities that you gained made it worthwhile? What quality of data, information, insight did you get from the students' projects?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think for the last year, for example, we have now communities that they are more, say, conscious about their needs and the proposal for new projects. Instead of when we approached, when we have the interest of a community to submit a proposal, we need to start working with them from zero. But with these workshops, they have an idea now what kind of project they would like to propose. So yes, that's, in the other hand, the benefits for the community. And it's new for the communities, this kind of work of working with the students in participatory process, so they can identify their needs and priorities, of course, for proposal projects in the future. Yes.
So there is.
So
there was Bill.
Yeah.
So these are fourth year students?
Yeah, the last year student.
And they don't have a practical experience.
No.
It's amazing.
I understand. And
Just amazing.
They wouldn't have had us already a semester of research methods and qualitative methods and learned things.
You would think the professors would be.
Right. It's the number one thing you need in something like this. It's like getting to be an MD and not never been in a hospital.
Get rid of the book.
You would agree that the methodological training in Peru is very much less than the theoretic.
Yeah.
In agriculture, at least.
Please, yes.
That's my observation too. All over the country, not just there.
Well, I think we've had a good discussion of the pluses and minuses, and we're very good in the team to figure out what's best for you. Can we, go ahead?
I think Gloria.
Oh, was there another question?
Gloria says training activist leaders of the future is so important for Peru. Just knowing other people from the larger community who have similar motivations is a plus.
Okay, good, thank you.
All right. Let's discuss the collaborations with other entities. Go ahead, David.
Thanks, Mackenzie. I'm sorry. Well, now I would like to mention about the work with other organizations and entities allied to Prodia that we've been working on in different projects the last year in 2025. I'd like to start mention the collaboration with Care Peru. This is we have a 3-year agreement. Care Peru is an international organization. But we are aligned in our saving program. So the last year, the first, one of the activities that we've been working with this organization is in financial education. Care Peru have their application, their app named Maxima. They've been using their phones to provide sessions of financial education, especially on the electronic wallets. I think here is Sale. In Peru, we have other platforms like Yape, Plin. So it is important for the special those people or women who have business or entrepreneur to learn about the use of the digital platform to increase, I mean, their to keep the sales of their products and to make bigger their businesses. So Rosemary was working with this platform of Care. She have these sessions with our saving groups. 15 saving groups being benefit with the use of the different sessions of the Maxima from Care, and we have about more than 200 people who attend who use this application. So but considering the access of the internet in the rural area where we work, so we decide to do in a mixed one. I mean, in person, those who doesn't have a smartphone or doesn't have a good access to the phone, and in virtually using their phone, those who have a good signal. So Rosemary was working with them, and it was 5 different sessions during the whole year, and we accomplished with the goal there. And 200 beneficiaries of our saving group received these training sessions in financial education using the app platform of Care. And yes, that's we like to mention. Next, please.
And you have cell coverage all through the area?
No, depends.
No.
Mostly near the urban areas, yes, they use this one, but on the rural areas, we've been doing in person. Yes.
Yeah.
So we had the both modalities. And related to the saving group, this is the first time that we've been asking to have a pasantia from this organization from Cusco. It's named Jesus Obrero Caico. That's another NGO. I think they have they've been working in development projects in Cusco almost 50 years. So it's a really experience and all organization. They learn about our saving program because we have the past years we have the help of Marco Solis, who was our consultant, external consultant for COP education. So he mentioned to this organization, Caico, about our organization and how successful was a saving program. So they came to Pucará, a group of mostly women, not to learn about our saving program, and Rosemary was in charge. We have a full 2 days of workshops and visit the local entrepreneurs from our saving program beneficiaries, so they can learn about how a saving group start, what documentation, how they can lead a session of saving, all the information, so they can start their own saving program. So with the first visit, it was in July, and the second was in September. And in the second visit, when we have again the visit of this organization, they mentioned that they already start their saving program in their organization. They have already formed a group of women in Cusco, following our recommendation, our formats, and all that. So now they have a saving program starting in Cusco. So that was orgullo para nosotros that they are taking as a model or referred model, and now they have their own group. So, and it was time to exchange experience, and the women from Cusco, they are more into, I mean, they have different economic activities than the women from Puno. From Cusco, they are into the flower business and the guinea pig farm business. So hearing about the experience of the local artisan women and local farmer women in Puno, it was a exchange of experience, and it was a great time for both parties. So yes, that was the first experience having pasantía, and we have this year we already have a solicitation to do a pasantía again for a saving program and rotating fund program. A group of that are working with the regional government of Puno. They will be coming and visit us in the last week of April. So as well as one of the other goals as an organization is spread the word, spread the rotating fund model, spread the saving program, and if there is other organization that we would like to reply our experience, welcome. And if we just like to share our experience and how they can start this program in their organization and regions. Next, please. Yeah, there was the first internship that was in July, 20 members, and the second was in November, 25 members. And yes, they've been able to attend the practice session to see in person how is a saving program session, and in real. And they can visit the local businesses of the women and members of our saving program too. So next, please. Okay, there is the achievements. Yeah, as how many people attend both pasantías? Total 45 leaders. Well, we are now a good, I mean, we create a good relation with this organization. They've been inviting us to visit Cusco region maybe in the future, or maybe they would like to come back this year. We don't know yet, but we have a new, let's say, partner organization in Cusco And of course, the most important, as I mentioned before, is to spread the word about how the saving program is working and replying in other regions. And of course, the interchange of experience between entrepreneurs in Cusco and in Puno. As Rosemary will mention in detail later, mostly of the participants of our saving program are women, and every year is still growing. So Rosemary, or she will mention this on her report. And yes, the main learnings that about all this experience. So next, please. There are some pictures of visiting the local workshops of the Puno. Okay, so the next organization that we collaborated last year was the Engineer Without Borders. We've been working with this with chapter of Engineer Without Borders from the United States. They've been helping us in a new prototype of mobile shelter for alpacas. So we've been testing the new model, and they came the last year with a better model, considering the suggestions that we have from the alpaca farmers the previous year. So we have the visit of this delegation, and we made the demonstration and of the new shelter prototype in Zapancota and Alto Pucarayo. So they will be able to meet in person the farmers. Next, please. So yes, those are the activities that are being carried out. I mean, this is not only receiving the delegation of engineers in Juliaca. It's some activities related to the preparation, going to the local stores in Juliaca to buy the materials for the new prototype. They have a agreement with the communities to certain days to visit them, so they can demonstrate in the field how they can assemble all the parts of the new prototype. And yes, that's now they have a new prototype that is under probation. So there was some challenge trying to coordinate with some local authorities from the alpaca farmers. In some community, we didn't have the amount of people attend the meeting, but that was because there was other activity from the government on the same day, unfortunately. But we will be able to do this demonstration with the other alpaca farmers. Next, please. So the achievements that we'd like to mention is, well, now is a new prototype of the shed that been developed considering the previous recommendations and suggestions from the alpaca farmers. Of course, we continue with the work with the Engineer Without Borders, but with a different that this year, from starting the last year, there is now a field representative in Peru of the Engineer Without Borders. Now we are receiving talleres, workshops, how to do an application. Now for this year, we need to do a formal application following formats, documents, and they have more requirements from the community. So with talking with Uber, we're thinking, well, we have this project undergoing. We'll see how is in the field the new prototype of the sheds for the alpaca, but we are thinking for this year to do a application related to the water program, because that's a challenge that we always have in the water projects, to have a technician, the technical part. And since we are working with a company that provides for free this, but it's only by phone, so we would like to have more, more in detail. So we would like to get involved, the Engineer Without Borders, in the water project for this year. So we will do in the applications for that. There is some pictures of the new prototype. the shed. Continue with the collaboration with the other organization on the 2025. We have the visit of the Ñuñoa project. This is a group of veterinarians who've been working in alpaca farmers too. We've been collaborating with this organization many years ago. In some point we stopped, but then the last year they come back asking if we would like to continue working with them and say, okay. So they are focused in more in health, in sanidad, sanitation and health of the alpaca animals for alpaca farmers. So we have the visit of the delegation of these veterinarians too, and it was a week visit on the field. Visiting the alpaca farmers, they've been working on the diagnosis of the pregnancy of their animals. They've been some workshop related to the enfermedades comunes. So it was win to win, you know, because we would like to the alpaca farmers learn about the management of the diseases and how they can improve the health of the animals. And in the other hand, the veterinarians provide this technical knowledge for the alpaca farmers. But next, please. Yes, we have this. Those are our alpaca communities that have been working with the field, and with the veterinarians the last year, Pucarayo, Coarita, La Unión, and Zapancota. They received technical talks and the pregnancy diagnosis with the ultrasound, reproductive activity. Yeah. Even when we understand the importance to receive is technical support from veterinarians, and they can learn about the experience, the interchange experience from the farmers in Puno. We had a meeting with the leader of the Ñuñoa project team, and our feeling of the alpaca farmer is that it will be great if they stay longer. I mean, if they come only for 3 or 4 days and manipulate their animals, sometimes it causes kind of desconfianza to the farmers, like, hey, what is this? People came and touched my animals and this machine and all this, so they don't feel a lot of benefit, let's say, to this.
That's what it was several.
Yeah.
They rush in and then, I mean, the veterinarians were really good, but they didn't stay long.
Yeah, that's the
And
sensation.
they got some promises too.
So, because they would like to continue work with us this year, but I say, hey, you know, this is the sensation of the farmers. We maybe in the future, but at the moment we don't think we can continue. So again, with the relation, at least in this year, we are not collaborating with this organization. Maybe in the future when the situation change, but at the moment we are stopped because the feeling, and it is important to hear the farmers, and we don't want to make them uncomfortable.
Well, and the other thing that happened when the guy from UMass was there.
Yeah.
He's pretty derogatory about why the heck don't they get this? Why don't they make these changes? That doesn't work very well. People who've spent 500 years not trusting the white guy.
Yeah.
And we tried to communicate before they came this time about the dissatisfaction with the last visit. Exactly, things you're talking about, and we got no improvement at all.
And is the Argentinian vet still coming, or is she not?
No, they're in a new.
Are they all
new
very
group.
good?
Yeah, there's some else. Yes.
Some of them, they're not the same.
As that Argentinian vet was brilliant. She was great.
Yeah. Okay, so next, please. There is some activities. They provide this bears for the small alpaca babies. Yeah, we distribute that to the alpaca. There are in the picture. Yeah, those are the right one. Those are the best that put it for the alpaca babies on for the public season. The other organization where we collaborated last year was with the Ontological Coaching Professional Association of Ontological Coaches of Peru. This is Javier Ávila, who's a former member of Provia. He's a president of this association of coaching, and we have an agreement to provide coaching sessions, personalized and individual for our scholarship program for our becarios and for Provia staff. So during the last year, we received a coaching Provia staff and the becarios. So they can strengthen their skills in in coaching, social or emotional skills. We have a video of one of our becarias. Oh, please there.
Coaching.
La asociación por esta increíble oportunidad que me brindaron al ofrecerme las sesiones de coaching ontológico. Al principio no sabía muy bien de qué se trataba, pero decidí darle una oportunidad. Y qué gran decisión. A través de estas sesiones aprendí muchísimo sobre la importancia de la comunicación efectiva, cómo construir confianza en mí misma y en los demás, y sobre todo, cómo encontrar el poder que siempre estuvo dentro de mí. Cada sesión fue un descubrimiento que me ayudó a crecer y enfrentar los desafíos desde una nueva perspectiva. Estoy profundamente agradecida con mi coach y con la asociación por esta experiencia transformadora. Gracias a ustedes hoy me siento más fuerte, más segura y lista para poder alcanzar mis metas.
Yes, so there's a testimony of one of our former vicarias. So the last year, in total, there was 74 sessions accomplished, mostly as in a scholarship program, mostly of the beneficiaries are women. And of course, we have a high participation of female students in these coaching sessions. And yes, it is they provide well tools for improve our emotional capacities of in confidence and all that. So yes, that was a collaboration with this organization. We are expected to continue this year. Yes, we have it is a 3-year agreement with this organization too. Next, please. Okay, so those are the activities that we carry out with other with allied organizations that have been part of our work in the last year. If there is any question or comments, please let me know.
Comments, thoughts? It sounds as if you're making some wonderful contacts. It's appropriate. Regional organizations. I love the field visits that others have made to
Santias.
spend days
Yeah.
in Santias. They're just wonderful, and folks want to come back. I think you must be wonderful hosts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Metaphysics.
Interesting gender difference, 20-something% of males versus 71% of the females.
On the ontological.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very
And reflecting the difference in scholarship holders.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Yeah.
What percent?
If there aren't any further questions, we will congratulate you and thank you for thinking through which things are working and which are productive and which are less so. Given all the things that are on your agenda. I'm going to suggest before we let Rosemary give her report, that we all get up and stretch. And energize, maybe run and get some sun. Okay, hearing about our savings program.
Yes.
And the knowledge of welcome everybody online. I raise all this. I'm not interested in that, so I'll take.
Ya, bien, doctora Susi, y todos los presentes, muy buenas tardes con cada... Adelante.
Vecino del
Más
micrófono,
cerca,
por favor.
Acércate al
Cámara.
micrófono.
Or-
A la cámara. Ya. Entonces, o me vengo acá.
No, me vamos a poner ahí. Ahora sí, estamos cerca.
Gracias.
¿Y puedo hablar?
Sí, sí.
Ya. Bueno, los estaba saludando. Good afternoon a todos. Bueno, en esta oportunidad, como ya me conocen la mayoría, uno que otro quizás no, mi nombre es Rosemary, responsable del programa Huacaychazum de la Asociación Prodía. Bueno, mi persona viene llevando el programa de ahorro ya varios años atrás, ¿ya? Entonces, el presente informe anual es para poderles detallar sobre un poco de todas las actividades que se ha realizado, de los logros que se ha tenido, asimismo de los desafíos que hemos tenido durante el año 2025. Y bueno, como una breve introducción, como lo podrán observar, el programa Huacaychazum es un programa de desarrollo económico que, bueno, impulsado por la Asociación Prodía, ¿no? Que, bueno, viene trabajando ya, como lo mencioné, hace muchos años, que pues nos permite fortalecer grupos organizados y, bueno, siempre promoviendo la inclusión financiera, la autogestión comunitaria y más que todo los ahorros convirtiendo o reinvirtiendo en un capital productivo, ¿no? Para ellos mismos. Bueno, como les mencionaba, el programa Huacaychazum viene trabajando con dos métodos de ahorro, lo que es el ahorro rotativo y el ahorro acumulativo. Hay dos formas de ahorrar según a las organizaciones que ellos deciden. En este caso he preparado un resumen sobre la modalidad del ahorro y crédito rotativo, donde se puede observar la fluctuación, la estadística. Como indicador estamos trabajando con 16 grupos en 3 diferentes distritos, lo que es Pucará, José Domingo Choquehuanca y Nicasa. Entre los varones tenemos participando 64 varones, 132 mujeres. El total de participantes en esta modalidad tenemos 227 participantes. Estos participantes han logrado alcanzar durante el año 2025 la suma de 1.450.000. Esa es la cantidad que se ha podido mover durante el año 2025. Lo que podemos observar también, tenemos la participación de más mujeres que representa el 67% y de varones el 33%, ¿no? Y bueno, esto es el reporte en resumen de la forma de ahorrar rotativamente. Siguiente tenemos la otra modalidad de ahorro, donde también entre hombres y mujeres vienen participando con la forma del ahorro, donde participan 10 grupos de ahorro, de igual manera en los distritos de Pucará, José Domingo Choquehuanca y Nicasio. 42 mujeres, perdón, 42 varones, 108 mujeres, total 150 participantes o familias, en el cual pueden observar cada mes han sido los ahorros que ellos han logrado, ¿no? El cual durante el año los 245, 5.196.50 se ha podido ahorrar en esta modalidad. Podemos observar también que por género tenemos el 72% que participan mujeres y el 28% varones. Y bueno, esto nos quiere decir, como habrán observado, en cada modalidad de ahorro hay más mujeres que ahorran que varones, ¿no? Entonces eso significa que también hay el empoderamiento en las mujeres económicamente que vienen trabajando, ¿no? Siguiente, por favor. Y bueno, también he querido mostrar sobre el programa Huaca Chasum la evolución anual de los 3 últimos años, como se puede observar del 2023 al 2025. Hay un crecimiento que se puede observar y esto es gracias a el fortalecimiento, la confianza que se ha estado creando en los grupos de ahorro. Bueno, se ve el crecimiento. Siguiente, por favor. Y todos estos ahorros que han realizado nuestras socias y socios de los grupos de ahorro han podido lograr diferentes objetivos de desarrollo que nosotros lo consideramos así, a las metas, a los objetivos que ellos se trazan con sus ahorros, ¿no? Cada socia tiene una finalidad por el cual está ahorrando y muchas de las socias nos han facilitado los objetivos más resaltantes que ellos han logrado. Ahí cada una de estas socias es el testimonio que ellos han mencionado y a la vez nos han hecho alcance de las fotografías por ellas mismas, ¿no? Como pueden observar, ahí está el nombre de la socia, ha comprado, estamos cumpliendo objetivos tanto en la agropecuaria, como por ejemplo podría ser la compra de la vaquita que ha hecho la señora Cecilia. También en la agropecuaria la señora Justina, que ha comprado semillas de avena para el sembrío de su alfalfa, ¿no? Y también sembrío de papa. Asimismo, de ahí el compañero Víctor ha comprado una vaquilla en el comercio, más que todo para negocios de farmacias, tiendas comerciales, emprendimientos, bueno, en fin, bodegas, ¿no? Que son nuestras socias de los grupos de ahorro. Siguiente, por favor. También estamos cumpliendo los objetivos con socias que se trabaja en la parte de artesanía. Como pueden observar, ahí está la señora que ha comprado más mercaderías para la decoración de cerámicas, la compra de pintura, ¿no? También ahí se puede observar la compañera Danitza ha logrado la compra de mucho más pinturas y mercadería para la venta y producción del emprendimiento que tiene. Asimismo, también se puede observar ahí la arcilla, que es materia prima. Una de las socias manifestó de que ella ha podido comprar embolquetada la arcilla y poder trabajar tranquilamente para producir su artesanía. Ahí lo está mostrando. Asimismo, entre otros, tenemos muchos más diferentes objetivos que cada socio tiene trazada, ¿no? Por ejemplo, ahí una de las socias dijo de que quiero comprarme una congeladora porque ella se dedica al comercio y bueno, quiere vender, quiere guardar los pollos, la carne, etcétera. Entonces, esa es la que ha adquirido con el pandero que él ya ha podido sacar, con ese ahorro solidario que ella ha podido juntar, ¿no? Así sucesivamente han realizado algunas instalaciones de agua, desagüe, han podido construir pequeñas construcciones como el comedero, ¿no? Para que tranquilamente puedan ordeñar la vaquita, ¿no? Y así, siguiente, por favor. Y bueno, ahí voy mencionando algunos otros, la compra de panadería, ¿no? Para comprar más insumo, para la implementación de la tienda, los mostradores, los estantes, la compra de piedras para la prefabricación de yeso. Y bueno, todo esto a los aportes que cada socia han estado llevándose, tanto con los ahorros rotativos y también con los ahorros acumulativos, ¿no? El acumulativo consiste en un préstamo entre un grupo de ahorro, ¿no? Entonces, lo beneficioso que nuestras socias han visto es que estos ahorros es mucho más accesible, mucho más flexible, porque les ayuda a poder ahorrar el interés en ellos mismos, ¿no? Porque al fin y al cabo, ellos ponen un pequeño de interés, pero ese interés se acumula durante el año o el plazo determinado del grupo para que al finalizar ellos mismos puedan tener esa ganancia y ya no las entidades de afuera, ¿no? Que te piden tanto papeleo y a la vez todos los intereses que se pagan, ellos ya no los pueden retornar o lograrlo o ganarlo, ¿no? Así, y de esa manera podemos observar en las fotografías las entregas que se viene realizando y todo esto siempre con el acompañamiento técnico de mi persona, que estamos siempre presentes en las reuniones, en asesorarles, ¿no? Siempre tenemos socias nuevas al cierre del ciclo que integran todavía sin conocimiento y bueno, se le va reforzando, se le va informando de qué manera trabajamos nosotros, cuáles son nuestros reglamentos, cuáles son los registros que llevamos, qué es lo que se realiza durante una reunión, cuándo puede la sociedad, bueno, toda la reglamentación, ¿no? Entonces, de esta manera yo creo que hemos aprendido poco a poco a mejorar también nuestros reglamentos internos, nuestros registros, porque esto nos ha ayudado bastante. Cada año siempre hay un caso diferente que pasa en alguna organización, pero todos ha tenido una solución, ¿no? Y hemos estado mejorando tanto en el reglamento interno, los registros, para una mejor gestión, para una transparencia y la confianza de los socios. ¿Ya? Y bueno, en esta parte sobre el cumplimiento de metas y actividades está todo lo que se ha realizado con el programa Huacachazo, ¿no? Las actividades que se ha realizado de seguimiento y acompañamiento de 21 grupos en total, ¿no? Hemos estado asesorando, acompañando a que se realice todo bajo control estos grupos de ahorro. Como indicador, estamos teniendo el fortalecimiento de los grupos de ahorro, como ya les he mencionado. La meta alcanzada, bueno, se ha realizado las 374 reuniones con la asistencia técnica de mi persona y bueno, como cumplimiento tendríamos un 98%. que se ha asistido a las reuniones, ¿no? Evidencias tenemos las actas de reuniones, los informes semanales, las fotografías que lo han podido observar también y también están en los informes semanales que se sube al Drive de la institución. Y bueno, también otra actividad, la presentación y promoción del programa Huaquechazu, el cual se ha promocionado en 3 organizaciones en José Domingo Choquehuanca y asimismo en la isla de Amantani, el cual de ellos hemos logrado un grupo más agregar a nuestro programa, que bueno, se tenía programado por lo menos crear más 3 grupos, pero bueno, como hemos tenido algunos cambios, más nos hemos enfocado en las charlas y talleres de educación financiera, que esto requería bastante tiempo y continuidad, porque eran 5 sesiones a cada grupo de ahorro. Entonces esto un poquito el tiempo nos ha tenido ajustado, entonces no se ha podido salir a promocionar a muchas otras comunidades, ¿no? Pero sí hemos logrado cumplir con brindar las charlas de las 5 modalidades a los grupos que teníamos previstas ya, ¿no? En lo cual, ahí están las charlas, se han realizado 5 módulos de educación financiera que han sido muy importantes, gracias a la institución CARE, que nos ha facilitado las herramientas. Hemos hablado sobre temas muy importantes, lo que es el presupuesto, el ahorro, las deudas sanas, los fondos de emergencia, los servicios financieros, que hoy día son temas muy importantes para nuestras socias que trabajan con dinero, que tienen esas metas de que deben saber cómo separar un poco de dinero, por qué y cuándo utilizarlo, en qué momento, ¿no? Entonces, ha sido muy importante estas charlas, el cual se ha concluido a los 15 grupos que hemos tenido previstas. Las otras quizás preguntarán por qué no hemos tenido, ha habido grupos que participan en ambos, entonces esas ya no los hemos contado. Y ha habido casos de organizaciones muy lejanas, por ejemplo, como la Unión, donde no entra señal, no podemos proyectarlo. Entonces, esos grupos no lo hemos podido dar estas charlas, ¿no? Así en virtual no lo hemos podido, pero sí se les ha dado las charlas en papelotes, ¿no? Como se puede en el sector rural. Y bueno, ahí están las evidencias también, tenemos los certificados y bueno, gracias a ello también, a todos nuestros participantes, hemos podido hacerle la certificación por la participación que han tenido en las charlas de educación financiera. También tenemos las fotografías, se puede ver que hay un grupito que recibe sus certificaditos, ¿no? Y también hemos tenido la recepción, que creo que el doctor David ya lo ha detallado un poquito mucho más. Y bueno, se ha tenido ese intercambio de experiencia que ha sido algo bastante interesante, tanto compartirles el trabajo que nosotros venimos trabajando y también escuchar lo que ellos vienen trabajando como organización en sus programas, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, en esta oportunidad hemos tenido 2 visitas. Bueno, esta no la teníamos planeada, pero se ha realizado y ha sido de bastante experiencia, una muy bonita experiencia. Y también hemos aprendido mucho de ello. Siguiente, por favor. Y bueno, en el programa Huacaychazun también hemos tenido algunos desafíos, como les comentaba, ¿no? Y bueno, todo esto ha tenido una estrategia de solución, ¿no? Por ejemplo, como les estaba comentando, ha habido un poco de la desconfianza de algunos socios que recién se reintegran a un grupo de ahorro. En cada cierre de ciclo, las socias son invitadas a poder participar, ¿no? Entonces, como son nuevas, siempre hay esa desconfianza. Como ya les había comentado, las estrategias son poderles informar todo el reglamento, las reglas internas que tiene el grupo, ¿no? De esa manera hemos podido solucionar. El acceso geográfico, bueno, tenemos comunidades, organizaciones, grupos de ahorro que se trabaja en el sector rural lejana, pero nosotros no hemos excluido a estas comunidades, se ha estado asistiendo con toda normalidad, por más lejana que sea la comunidad, y bueno, todo se ha llevado como debe ser, ¿no? Cruce de horarios con la jornada laboral, hemos tenido algunos desafíos en que había grupos que quizás en horarios de la mañana no disponían de mucho tiempo, pero hemos sido flexibles con su tiempo y se ha podido, previa coordinación con el doctor David, que no me dejará mentir, que se ha podido trabajar en horarios de la tarde para poder acomodarnos al tiempo de las socias también, ¿no? Porque de día a veces hay grupos que más se dedican a su trabajo diario, entonces tienden a tener tiempo por las tardecitas. Entonces, se ha programado en esos horarios. ¿Ya? Y bueno, sería otro de los desafíos que hemos tenido con las charlas de educación financiera, el manejo del dispositivo, que creo que también el doctor ya lo ha mencionado. Hemos tenido pequeños inconvenientes con el equipo móvil, porque no todas las socias manejaban un teléfono inteligente. Las teclitas no se podía ver nada, entonces por ahí hemos tenido un poco de inconvenientes con el aplicativo más que todo. Pero esto no ha significado de que las socias no reciban la charla. De igual manera, en coordinación con la organización de CARE, se ha quedado en que todos nuestros grupos de ahorro van a ser, se va a llevar las charlas presenciales, así como estamos. Acá se expone, se explica, se hace talleres con las socias que ellos mismos escriben, hacen la práctica y se aprende, ¿no? Y bueno, quizá por el celular no lo han podido continuar los que no tenían ese dispositivo, pero el resto que sí tenía, sí han podido lograr. Como habrán visto ahí los celulares que con su brochecito que ha concluido, ¿no? Entonces, de esa manera se ha podido solucionar. También hemos tenido algunos pequeños imprevistos, por ejemplo, como conflictos familiares en el grupo de ahorro, ¿no? Puede que ahorraba una pareja y por ahí han tenido inconvenientes y dijeron, ¿no? De que yo, este era mi aporte, no, este era mío. Pero la estrategia de solución ha sido que qué bueno que tenemos nuestro reglamento interno, nuestro libro de acta, que ahí está mencionando quién en realidad es el titular. Y se ha hecho respetar tal cual y se ha podido entregar al... Sí, de esa manera. Y bueno, hemos tenido algo triste también, el fallecimiento de algunos socios, en este caso dos socios del programa Huacaychazun han fallecido en el año 2025 en plena participación, en el cual como estrategia de solución nosotros hemos tenido que coordinar con los familiares. Claro que dentro de nuestro reglamento indica de que el familiar más cercano se hace responsable, ¿no? Pero hemos sido flexibles, comprensivos en decirles cómo solucionamos, ¿no? Las dos opciones, continúa o también le podemos liquidar hasta donde tiene su ahorrado, ¿no? Entonces, de esa manera las socias han decidido continuar, ¿no? En este caso. Y bueno, muchas gracias. En esta parte, las lecciones aprendidas sería de que el ahorro rotativo y acumulativo ha sido una buena forma para poder fomentar, para poder nuestros socios mejorar en el emprendimiento que tienen, llevando sus fondos acumulados, ¿no? Otra de las estrategias es de que la educación financiera ha fortalecido, ¿no? Tanto en temas de educación financiera que se les ha brindado, esto ha ayudado a que las socias sean más conscientes, se les concientice a que un ahorro, un préstamo no debe ser mal invertido, ¿no? Un ahorro o un préstamo tiene que tener una buena finalidad. Y bueno, lo otro es el enfoque productivo de los créditos ha permitido, ¿no? En este caso me refiero a que el ahorro rotativo, las socias ha permitido de que puedan tener un acceso rápido al dinero y poder invertir ese dinero. Caso de los ahorros acumulativos, han podido lograr acumular ahorrando durante el ciclo y de esa manera han podido lograr también sus objetivos. El otro es más rápido, el otro es lento, pero en cada reunión tienen la opción de acceder a un préstamo y poder devolver según la posibilidad que ellos tienen. Es muy flexible y es algo muy interesante para las socias. Y bueno, hay socias que ya se viene trabajando por muchos años y están muy agradecidos, ¿no? Y la última parte es, como ya les he mencionado, hay más mujeres que vienen trabajando. Esto evidencia el impacto del empoderamiento femenino en las mujeres, ¿no? Esas serían las lecciones aprendidas. Siguiente, por favor. Ya. Y bueno, en las estrategias, las recomendaciones y estrategias para el año 2026, bueno, estamos viendo formalizar los protocolos para la pasantía, ¿no? Que ha sido muy interesante, no teníamos planeado, pero ha sido bastante interesante, una experiencia muy bonita de poder compartir el trabajo que nosotros venimos trabajando. Ha sido tan gratificante escuchar a las socias, escuchar al mismo gerente de esa institución que quieren replicar este programa que es el programa Wakaichasun, ¿no? En su organización. Y bueno, se les ha dado las charlas de inicio a final con todas las estrategias. Se ha hecho un taller y creo que las socias han estado bastante agradecidos con lo que se les ha brindado sobre nuestras experiencias del programa ahora, ¿no? Y bueno, eso me parece que quizás se pueda tener ya como un reglamento para pasantías, qué es lo que debemos exactamente facilitar a un visitante, a un pasante, ¿no? Pero bueno, eso se puede hacer previa coordinación con el director ejecutivo y bueno. Y lo otro, bueno, estoy viendo que es importante también expandir un poco más ahora que la compañera Zaida se ha integrado. Yo años atrás también ayudaba en el programa de fondos rotatorios, ¿no? Ya que en el 2025 Zaida se ha reincorporado y bueno, está un poco ayudando lo que es el fondos rotatorios y bueno, eso me hace un poco tiempo, se podría decir, y tengo como meta poder salir a las organizaciones de Amantani para poderles también brindar, promocionar nuestro programa Huacaichazum y también quizás ahí las socias quieran participar, ya que trabajamos en ese lugar también, ¿no? Entonces, estoy como meta por lo menos tener 4 grupos de ahorro, ¿no? De las 7 que se tiene, brindar las charlas en las 7 organizaciones y por lo menos 4 grupos más agregar. Y bueno, lo otro es fortalecer grupos solidarios mediante capital semilla. Bueno, quizás ha habido grupos de ahorro que quizás decían, ¿no? De que quizás como somos grupos antiguos, podemos tener un pequeño capital y quizás podemos hacer trabajar ese dinero, ¿no? Y de esa manera cada socia puede beneficiarse como un capital productivo para que ellos puedan mejorar en la necesidad en sus emprendimientos que tienen, ¿no? Pero es una sugerencia más, una recomendación. Y bueno, el plan, la implementación de un plan de contingencia. Esto porque, más que todo por la seguridad, tenemos grupos de ahorro, por ejemplo, uno de los grupos que resalto bastante es el grupo de ahorro Mozoquillari de la comunidad de Jayagua. Son socios de la comunidad que trabajan, sí, con un ahorro considerable, por lo menos han llegado a ahorrar hasta 100.000, acumular. Y bueno, en la liquidación todo este dinero a veces se junta y ¿qué pasa si puede ocurrir algún robo o algo así? Entonces yo pienso que debería de haber algo que nos ayude a evitar esto, ¿no? Quizás una alarma de seguridad, no sé, algo así, ¿no? Y bueno, eso es lo que estaba considerando, o lo otro también podría ser quizás implementar para contar el billete, ¿cómo se llama, doctor? Para agilizar, para que no demore mucho. A veces demora mucho el estar contando cheque por cheque, ¿no? Quizás. Bueno, eso era al respecto de las recomendaciones. Y bueno, tenemos finalmente nuestro plan de trabajo para el 2026, el programa Huacachazu. Y bueno, la finalidad es fortalecer la autonomía financiera de los grupos solidarios mediante el acompañamiento técnico, asimismo la educación financiera y la promoción del programa Ahorros, ¿no? Y bueno, como objetivo específico tenemos seguir promoviendo nuestros 20 grupos solidarios activos y también fortalecer más la capacidad financiera y promover o promocionar más grupos de ahorro. Y bueno, como ven, se está pensando trabajar en las comunidades que ya he mencionado, agregando el distrito de Amantaní. Son los lugares que venimos trabajando. Y bueno, muchísimas gracias. Acá se puede observar el cronograma de actividades que se piensa realizar, ¿no? Para lograr en el 2026 realizar nuestro seguimiento, nuestras charlas de talleres, la promoción y formación de grupos solidarios y también ahí se puede observar el presupuesto para poder realizar nuestras actividades. Bueno, muchísimas gracias a cada uno de ustedes por su atención y bueno, desde ya nuestros agradecimientos a ustedes por hacer lo posible que nuestro programa Huacaichazum siga siga adelante y bueno, muchas gracias por todo. ¿Alguna pregunta?
Sí, no escapas.
¿Alguna pregunta?
Bien hecho.
Una pregunta simple. ¿Le interesa en los ahorros? ¿Es en el año pasado, más o menos, cómo está?
¿Qué porcentaje de interés han ganado el dinero?
Lo podemos observar en las diapositivas de los 3 últimos años.
Mackenzie, por favor, ¿nos pudieras apoyar con la diapositiva del comparativo de los 3 últimos años, por favor? Ay, muchas gracias.
El por ciento, como que.
Porcentaje de interés.
De los intereses.
Sí.
Más
Más o menos.
Por lo menos viendo toda la fluctuación de más un 30%, sí, 30% de aumento al año pasado. ¿No? Porque hay un crecimiento en el 2025.
Pero la pregunta es, ¿qué porcentaje de interés ponen en cada caso? Más o menos.
Tendría que
es de interés. El pago de interés.
¿Cómo? A ver, esa parte quisiera mencionar, en cada grupo de ahorro, cada grupo tiene el porcentaje decidido, ¿no? Algunos están con el 3%, algunos con el 2%, algunos con el 4%, hay uno que otro con el 5% de tasa de interés. Entonces, es cambiante, cada grupo decide cuánto porcentaje ponerse como grupo, ¿no? Porque al fin y al cabo, para ellos mismos es la ganancia, ya sea alta o bajita, igual sigue siendo para ellos. Sí.
Gracias.
Sí.
Y cada grupo tiene su propio tesorero para guardar el dinero, ¿no?
Sí. Cada grupo de ahorro tiene su junta directiva. Está compuesto por 3 integrantes, que es la presidenta, secretario y tesorero. La presidenta se encarga de organizar al grupo, la secretaria registra todos los acuerdos, la actividad que se viene realizando, a quién se va prestando. Y bueno, la tesorera de registrar, que nosotros les brindamos por parte de la Asociación Prodía los registros, va reportando. Entonces, cualquier socio tiene derecho a poder lecturar, ver, observar de manera transparente los registros, movimientos económicos que se realizan. Sí.
¿Y el tesorero guarda bajo la cama o no?
El tesorero depende mucho de cada modalidad de ahorro. En la modalidad de ahorro rotativo, el dinero se junta, se acumula y se entrega al 100% a uno de los socios. Entonces no queda nada. A menos que quede algunas pequeñas multas, sanciones que le dicen por la tardanza, son unos 15 soles, 10 soles. Bueno, también va sumando al cierre del ciclo, ¿no? Que también para ellos mismos de la división equitativa, ¿no? De esa manera. Y en el ahorro acumulativo, mayormente el dinero hacen trabajarlo al 100%, a menos que sea los últimos meses del ciclo, queda en caja. Para ello, la Asociación Prodía les brinda una caja de ahorros para custodiar el dinerito que va quedando, y bueno, la caja se lo lleva tesorera y la llave se lo lleva otro socio del grupo. Para que no sea. Sí.
Other questions or comments? Well. Keep growing. I think that takes care of our savings program, so now we turn to the scholarship program.
Yep.
Is that Madelka and Capital? She can go first.
Buenas tardes con todos. Vamos a hablar acerca del programa de becas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here. Anna, please.
Oh, Debbie, look at the plug on there. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
13.
So like a plug.
This on the one on the,
The one on the right, yeah.
oh, the right. Definitely.
Good sound there.
Searching. Oops.
Didn't detach from the camera
Oh.
projector.
Okay.
Maybe they-
Searching.
I think the main problem is the one that, I guess as you're facing people, it's on the left, it's that little one. If it goes a little bit astray, you got it.
Oh, the little baby.
The little one. There.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay.
Ok, Madelka, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, en el programa de becas tiene como propósito contribuir con la formación superior a través de becas y elaboración de proyectos de apoyo solidario en las comunidades de la red PRODIA. En la siguiente diapositiva, por favor. El impacto generado en el año 2025 podemos observar de que se han seleccionado 52 jóvenes beneficiarios, 30 de ellos mujeres y 22 varones. Se han ejecutado un total de 9 proyectos solidarios y en la campaña navideña se ha logrado la participación de 32 jóvenes beneficiarios. Dentro de los principales desafíos superados en el desarrollo del programa, hemos visto la dificultad que tienen algunos beneficiarios que estudian fuera de la región de Puno para poder asistir a las reuniones, ¿no? Porque hay muchos de ellos que bueno, los jóvenes becarios tienen una propia organización que es perdón, sí, la asociación Oso Richari, que se me fue el nombre, gracias Mackenzie, tiene su propia organización donde tienen un propio reglamento, ¿no? En el que incluye que tienen que asistir a las reuniones, sobre todo en lo que se refiere al desarrollo de los proyectos y tienen penalidades como por tardanza o por inasistencia. Y muchos de ellos, su principal problema es que si estudian lejos, el traslado, aparte de tiempo, también les ocupa bastante dinero para poder asistir a estas reuniones. Siguiente, por favor. En cuanto a al cumplimiento de metas y actividades, como había mencionado, se 52 jóvenes han sido los beneficiarios para el 2025. Para la primera cuota se pagó a 50 beneficiarios y para la segunda cuota se pagó a 42 beneficiarios, ¿no? Luego tenemos que los jóvenes beneficiarios del programa de becas diseñan y ejecutan proyectos de apoyo solidario. Se han formado 9 grupos de apoyo, sobre todo en las áreas de educación financiera, salud, turismo, talleres psicológicos, club de lectura, reforestación, reciclaje, monitoreo ambiental y prevención de incendios, ¿no? Lográndose el 100% de la participación. La siguiente actividad o la siguiente meta, perdón, es que los jóvenes participan en 7 reuniones de coordinación y exposición de actividades relacionadas al programa. Se han planificado un total de 4 reuniones con los jóvenes beneficiarios, aparte de la participación por el desfile de Pucará, la participación en el aniversario de la Asociación de los Jóvenes Becarios y también en la participación de la campaña navideña, que es el año 2025, se realizó en la institución educativa primaria de Mayacasi, ¿no? En total, se han realizado todas las actividades. Siguiente, por favor. En cuanto a los análisis de resultados e impactos, en los logros cualitativos tenemos los proyectos que se han realizado, ¿no? El primer proyecto ha sido los talleres psicológicos que se han realizado en la escuela del barrio Progreso en Pucará, donde se han atendido o se ha beneficiado a 21 niños de 6º grado de primaria. El segundo proyecto es el club de lectura en la escuela de Julio Cetello en Pucará, donde se han beneficiado o han sido o han participado 30 niños de las 2 secciones de 6º grado de esta institución educativa. El tercer proyecto es la estación ambiental de monitoreo de radiación ultravioleta, temperatura y humedad que se desarrolló en el colegio de José Domingo Choquehuanca, ¿no? En donde participaron en total 47 jóvenes de los 3 grados o de las 3 secciones de quinto de secundaria. El cuarto proyecto ha sido la formación de silvicultura aplicada a las brigadas ambientales, capacitación de jóvenes líderes forestales también en el colegio de José Domingo Choquehuanca. Este proyecto en particular llevaba el nombre de Forestalitos en Acción. Acá en este proyecto se ha beneficiado o se ha capacitado a un total de 45 jóvenes que pertenecían a las brigadas ambientales de este colegio, ¿no? De los diferentes grados. El quinto proyecto ha sido el manejo responsable de dinero con finanzas inteligentes, que se ha desarrollado en la institución educativa secundaria agroindustrial de Pucará, donde han participado un total de 41 jóvenes de los 3 secciones de quinto de secundaria también. Siguiente, por favor. El sexto proyecto era sobre higiene y nutrición comunitaria en la prevención contra la anemia en la institución educativa de Jajo, en donde se han beneficiado 12 niños juntamente con sus padres que han recibido las charlas en esta institución educativa. El siguiente proyecto es estructura de un plan de manejo de residuos, ¿no? En la institución educativa de Pucachupa, donde se han beneficiado un total de 14 niños, incluidos los niños de primaria de Pucachupa como los de inicial, conjuntamente con sus papás. El siguiente proyecto se denominó El turismo revoluciona en todos sus aspectos. Por eso es necesario mantener un ritmo de cambio que se desarrolló en Amantaní, específicamente en la comunidad de Villa Orinojó, donde se hizo charlas en esta comunidad. Y finalmente, el último proyecto que se desarrolló fue la prevención y respuesta docente frente a incendios inesperados en la institución educativa del barrio Progreso, donde 8 profesores recibieron esta charla educativa. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, tenemos algunos testimonios de algunos jóvenes becarios. En este caso he puesto de 2 jóvenes becarios que han terminado ya de estudiar el año 2025, conjuntamente o con la ayuda del programa de becas de ProDía. Entonces, ellos están muy agradecidos por el apoyo que se les ha brindado y se encuentran prestos para poder seguir estudiando, seguir preparándose en el futuro. Siguiente, por favor. En cuanto al análisis cuantitativo, como había mencionado, se aprobó el beneficio para 52 becarios que han sido seleccionados para el 2025, 30 mujeres y 22 varones. En la primera cuota se pagó a 50 beneficiarios. Un beneficiario no realizó, no presentó sus documentos durante el periodo que se le había establecido, y por más que se le ha enviado comunicaciones, no respondió, se le dio opciones a esperar para que pudiera enviar sus documentos, tampoco respondió. Y en el segundo caso ha sido porque la señorita beneficiaria pertenecía a una comunidad que estaba observada, ¿no? Que creo que en este momento está en rojo dentro de fondos rotatorios, y el pago de la beca estaba condicionado a la regularización de los pagos y documentos de su comunidad o de su asociación. En la segunda cuota se pagó a 42 jóvenes. 10 de los jóvenes que no recibieron esta segunda cuota fue el primer caso fue porque una señorita terminó sus estudios en el primer semestre del 2025. 2 jóvenes estaban con más de 2 cursos desaprobados. 2 jóvenes abandonaron el programa precisamente por este tema de las reuniones. 2 jóvenes no presentaron la documentación adecuada, y una señorita presentó documentación inconsistente para el pago. Entonces cuando hubo el momento de pedirle que por favor nos explicara la situación de sus cursos, tampoco hubo una comunicación fluida, y habían pretextos varios para no presentar la documentación, ¿no? Por ese motivo es que no se le realizó el pago. Y finalmente, también dentro de este análisis cuantitativo cuentan los 9 proyectos que realizaron los jóvenes beneficiarios. Siguiente, por favor. El alcance geográfico en que se proyectó, o de los jóvenes beneficiarios del año 2025, podemos observar que había jóvenes beneficiarios de varias comunidades de Pucará, Alto Angará, Oseque, Pangará Bajo, de Jajo, de la Asociación Virgen de las Mercedes de Chijnaya, de Huancarani, Jayagua, Pucachupa, del mismo pueblo de Pucará, de la Asociación Chascapucara, Mozo Pacari, Pucayinqui, de la comunidad Queñuani Alto, Queñuani Bajo, de la Asociación de Productores de Quepa, y lo hemos considerado a la Asociación Aspami de Pucarayu, pero está con asterisco porque precisamente es la organización que se encontraba con problemas en los pagos de sus fondos rotatorios, por lo que no se realizó el pago a la señorita beneficiaria de esta comunidad. Dentro del distrito de Nicasio había becarios de la Asociación Virgen de Fátima, y en el distrito de Paratía de la comunidad de Coarita. Dentro de la provincia de Azángaro, los jóvenes beneficiarios provenían sobre todo o únicamente del distrito de José Domingo Choquehuanca, de las asociaciones de artesanos de 25 de diciembre, Gualcoiri, Cojra, Señor de Exaltación y Virgen de Copacabana. En cuanto en la provincia de Puno, hemos tenido becarios de Amantaní, en la isla de Amantaní o distrito de Amantaní, de las comunidades de Ocopampa y de Villa Orinojón, y en Capachica de Cotos, pueblo de la Asociación de Turismo Comunitario de Cotos, y como también de la Asociación Intasamana. En cuanto a las lecciones aprendidas, o qué es lo que nos funcionó bien. Hemos tenido una comunicación fluida y constante con los jóvenes beneficiarios, ¿no? Para el desarrollo de sus proyectos, así como para el pago de sus cuotas de beca. También se ha desarrollado una comunicación fluida para la presentación documentaria o para las cartas de presentación para el desarrollo de sus actividades, de sus proyectos en las instituciones educativas y comunidades donde tenían que ser desarrollados estos proyectos, ¿no? La comunicación con los docentes y las ayudas que necesitaban para el desarrollo de los mismos. En cuanto a lo que no funcionó como esperábamos, bueno, pues ha habido un alto porcentaje de descuentos en la segunda cuota de becas por las inexistencias a las reuniones, como les mencionaba, esa es una de las principales dificultades. O sea, hay muchos jóvenes que estudian fuera, no solo fuera de la región Puno, sino también fuera del país, que se les dificulta el hecho de estar viajando para poder asistir a sus reuniones, ¿no? En cuanto a las recomendaciones para el 2026, pues recomendamos continuar con el programa de becas y sugeriríamos tener algunas de las reuniones por vía internet, o sea, reuniones por Google, para evitar estos descuentos por inasistencia, porque los jóvenes que participan dentro del programa de becas participan porque precisamente necesitan el apoyo para el desarrollo de sus estudios, pero con los descuentos muchas veces como que le van perdiendo lo que yo he podido observar es que le van perdiendo o el gusto o las ganas de volver a participar en el programa de becas, ¿no? Que se ha dado en muchos casos que ya no se han vuelto a presentar varios jóvenes, precisamente porque existen estos descuentos. Y finalmente ponía como recomendación incrementar el monto de apoyo a los becarios y para gastos extras en el desarrollo del programa de becas, ¿no? El apoyo actual a los proyectos de los becarios es de $600 y mi sugerencia es que se aumente a $800. Y en cuanto a los gastos extras para el desarrollo del programa de becas, el costo aprobado para el 2025 era de $100 y yo estoy sugiriendo de que se pudiera aprobar $200, ¿no? No sé si tienen alguna duda o preguntas. También debo de agregar que todos los proyectos y las fotografías, tanto de los proyectos como de las actividades, se encuentran en las páginas dentro de las carpetas de Google Drive.
You guys are muted.
How many of the scholarships to technical programs and how many to universities?
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a minute.
I'm glad to see some conversation about the impact of the lines and come up with a solution for the students who are at some distance, because that almost seemed to me a tension. I understand why they want to have fines to make sure everybody participates, but on the other hand, if they're after all, in many cases, first generation students, and as useful as the projects are, and I would agree they are, I don't want to overburden the students themselves who are trying to struggle with their classes and so forth, to increase that burden by participating in projects that take a lot of time and energy.
For example, 2 of our students are medical students in Bolivia.
Oh.
So how are they gonna get to these meetings, right? It's very difficult.
So you have to make an adjustment.
We have one going to Argentina this year.
Oh.
Foundation get volunteers to manage this scholarship is too much work. I think my suggestion would be, like I did for universities, you aim to a few universities and then university led the student. And you put a qualification for them to apply. They didn't do it. University should work on that because you want to follow student anyone. You don't have time and effort to follow when a student go down there or take your scholarship. You really stay in school. Too much trouble. I think my suggestion is the foundation goes to certain universities and give them the condition who qualify to apply the scholarship. You use it, monitor it. Yeah. If they're gonna do it the second year or give them first year, second year, see that I want them to graduate, not interrupted because scholarship dropped, they drop out of school. You know, the student had enough support for them to graduate. And if they couldn't start it, they would drop out, then they cannot qualify the second year. Yeah. So I think that's one way to do it.
Well, we do impose a penalty for.
Puedes cerrar la puerta, por favor. Puedes cerrar la puerta.
So there is a little bit of control on that score, but I think the idea of the collaboration with the universities, we can be specific about the communities.
Right.
That are, that's the trick for us. Is identified to a particular community that's part of the Chijnaya network, because most of these students in a open competition probably wouldn't fare very well because the schooling has been so poor. So that's the selection process we have to insist upon. But I think it's a very interesting idea.
Another good thing about the students applying from the communities, we had 29 different communities contributing to applications this year, is that the ProDia team knows these families. They know the authorities. They know if somebody's faking something. I mean, they really are on the ground, assuring that each applicant is who they say they are and all that. So that's another benefit of having the ProDia team monitoring that. But maybe more collaboration with the universities would be good, and that'll come up in a minute here. I'll come back to your question in just a second. Okay, I'll just follow up. Thank you, Madelka. Gracias. Muy detallado.
A todos ustedes, gracias.
I don't have much more to offer, but let me just give a little bit of background of how this works. The first team should I stand here? Okay. Yes. The first team at the top, first page, please. Yeah. The scholarship committee, the top chunk are ProDia, and the bottom chunk are Chijnaya. So what we do, of course, ProDia does all the groundwork and most of the evaluation. What the Chijnaya team does is read the essays, which were changed this year. The essays are really nice because in the past, if a becario had gotten money for 6 straight years, their essays tended to be the same year after year. They just kind of recycled them. And so the 2 essays are divided now. If it's a new applicant, they say why they want to pursue this career. A series of questions, and ProDia came up with this. And then the second question, if they have already gotten a beca the year before, they talk about their participation in Mossack Richari, the student groups that carry out the projects in the communities. And so they talk about their involvement and what their part was, what they learned from it. So the essays were much more pleasant to read. They were typed, they were hand typed, so computer typed, so they were much easier to read. But anyway, so we have these two groups, we evaluate, and then we compare our scores. So that's my job. I take all the scores, and Prodia gives us already a cumulative score for their whole team. And then I do that for our team, and then I compare and basically assign rank order and see to take out any sway in the range we use, because we could give them points from 1 to 50. So, you know, there are different segments that you evaluate the essay. So anyway, remarkably, as always, let's have the next slide. There was a tremendous amount of agreement. And at the very top of the rankings, we were almost identical. At the very bottom, we already decided we probably had to not accept about 5. There were 58 applications, 8 didn't proceed to the end, 3 were disqualified for not finishing their documentation, and 5, which is a real feather in the cap, I think, of the students, have gotten the Peruvian government beca, the Prona beca, which is even more lucrative than the Prodia. And so the Prodia had these, they figured it out over the years, and this year they were very good about being able to make people, make the student applicants swear that they don't have any other funding. Because in the past they were double dipping and we didn't know it. So anyway, we got rid of the double dippers. It's down to 50. And so we decided, given our budget constraints, that we would accept 45. So basically what we had to do was not accept 5. So do the rankings. And at the bottom 5 in our 2 groups were largely similar. 3 were identical. 2 were not. So it's just a matter of probably of swapping out 1 applicant, and we're working on that. We don't. So the data I'm going to show you could get tweaked a little bit by Monday, but anyway. We had fewer applicants than the previous year. I think in part, perhaps because fewer communities were allowed to apply, right? The red line communities, if they're in red, sorry, can't apply. Remember, you have the green, the yellow, and the red. The reds can't apply. So we have fewer applicants. They were very good applicants for the most part. And the projects that they engaged in, Mandelka has already told you about, the Tourism Reading Club, all kind of just wonderful projects. And we got to learn more about those projects because the essays dealt with them. And so the estimated cost, we think, this year is going to be less than we had anticipated, 28.8, in part because, this is correct, I think 5 families have 2 students who are getting awards. So then that reduces it by 600 per family. So anyway, we're looking for savings anywhere we can, and that just happened to be kind of a little windfall. So next slide. Okay, these are some of the issues that I identified. Mandelka identified quite a few. I'm just going to point out a few other ones. You can see that the majority already had becas the year before, and it's 24 were second or further year awardees. 21 will be new. The gender question, and this comes, and it's so funny because Rosemary was talking about 69% of the women in the are women, 69%, and exactly the same here. 69% this year are of the probable recipients are female. And so what's really kind of got me, and maybe you have maybe Rodia has some idea of why. This is a trend we're seeing around the world. It's not just in Puno.
Yeah.
More and more women are going to college, to med school, everyone, than men. And just in 2019, it was virtually even, 52% female, right? And now it's 69. It's, it bobbled down a little bit last year, but basically it's been on an upward trend. Do you have any kind of insight into why? I mean, other than just that's the trend that seems everywhere, but ¿por qué hay más mujeres? Más y más, cada año más. Sí, pero es se ve eso por todo el mundo, no es simplemente por que las mujeres están ganando más y más de los pasos en las universidades, pero no sé si alguien tendrá una opinión sobre este hecho.
Ask a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the answer for this, but yeah, it is true that the participation of women, especially like for example in the saving program, it's an indicator of how do they get involved in the aporte to the family economy. And yes, it is an indicator in our scholarship program that most of the participation every year is coming from women. That's good. It's
curious.
Women influence history far more than men do because they take care of the children, and the children are the future.
And they're being rewarded for it.
Well, perhaps less optimistically, one argument that has been offered for this internationally, of course, is that women require far more credentials to be taken seriously or to enter into any particular field, and there are far fewer manual opportunities available to women. So higher education becomes a much more critical vehicle for women. I think there's a difference too between the scholarship question, university access, and the savings program, where traditionally within the Andean society, we know that women are identified as much more responsible for the family finances, and therefore it's culturally acceptable for women to be in control of the family finances, not only culturally, but for their own part to make the determinations about where money was going to be spent.
She wrote a very famous book on that. I read her book when I was in grad school. So I'm on that very topic. Okay. Next slide. I highly recommend it. It's still very relevant. Yes. So again, we had 29 communities submit applications and 21 this year. So again, it's dropped probably because of the red communities. But here's just a list of them and the breakout. Well, there are a lot, and they're spread around the 4 districts. I really loved Madaka's chart with the provincia, distrito, comunidad. That was really helpful. Okay, next. Now this gets to the question about how many of these go to institutes and how many to universities. Institute being technical college or teachers college or mechanic school or whatever. So think not university or other. And this year, and it's always about the same, around 30%, 31% this year are going to institutes. 31 to university. It's a little more this year in the institutes than usual, but and then the other question is, the men are equally represented in the institutes with women. So divided equally. You get to the university and the women are like 79% something. So there's way more women in the universities than men. And then in the institutes, it's completely. Thought that was something.
Yeah.
I guess, again, that trend for the women going to universities is increasing. Okay, and then I think, do we have one more point? Okay, I guess that's okay. So if anyone has any questions. And Kieran's question too, that there are fewer universities. That was the other thing that I thought you could. There were 10 universities last year and 7 universities this year, to which people apply. I thought that was interesting. So fewer number of universities. And they tend to be concentrated in a few of them. If you saw the numbers, most of them go to a few of the big ones, but they get scattered around. But there are, and that could just be random error, I don't know, but fewer universities too. Now, several universities lost their accreditation, but it looked like a couple of them reinvented themselves. Is that, did I read that right? Did they reopen under a little different name?
We have the chance to operate, but under a certain time till they get, they accomplish the new requirements, but otherwise they lost. Yeah, but I think mostly of the university that were applicants are, they are recognized as formal level, I mean, that the government required. Like Unapuno, yeah, mostly of the universities that are application are going to Unapuno.
Yeah, can you go back just a sec to the university? Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Bolivia.
Bolivia is just that one with the next university.
National University of Juliaca, Continental Arequipa, Unapuno, Union Peruvian Juliaca, Technological of Peruvian Arequipa, and then in Argentina. So we have 2 universities out of the country.
Sure, the biggest.
Yes.
Puno and Juliaca.
And Juliaca, National University of Puno, Juliaca. Yeah.
So, I don't know if it makes sense to reduce it to a small handful. I don't know why people go where they go, but just, I guess, go to one program or another.
Yeah.
The universities offer different things. And we didn't put it up here, but the wide range of careers is fascinating. Everything from art, right, to tourism, to anthropology. It's just economics, administration. It just is all over the board. And then of course in the institutes, teaching, mechanics, robotics, all kinds of stuff. Computer, a lot of computer stuff. Okay, thank you. Okay. We need to go through the 2 task force reports. We're almost at the end of the agenda, I have to say. If we can go on to the endowment and finance. That through the course of the year.
I cannot recall who offered to share.
Judy, is Judy Bauer still on?
Let's see here. No, I think the Bowers are not. That's fine. I'll go ahead and do it. I just wanted to make sure not to step on toes. So, all right. So as many of you are aware, because you are on our various task forces, we spent the last couple meetings coming together to be able to meet those expectations of Charity Navigator and create a strategic plan looking at both 2-year and 5-year goals. So we're going to go through each of the task forces and look briefly through what each task force had come up with a strategic plan for both of those time periods. So we've kind of smushed together the endowment and the finance committees just because they go hand in hand, and a lot of the folks that are on the committees
are on several committees, so it just kind of makes sense to have one meeting. So our mission for the committee that we decided together is to support the long-term financial health and sustainability of the organization. The committee provides oversight of financial planning, endowment growth, and investment strategies to ensure consistent support for the foundation's mission. By promoting sound fiscal management and strategic planning, the committee helps secure the resources needed to empower rural Indian communities for generations to come. So it's a long-winded way to say that we're working to make sure that we are financially sound, we have the money for the budget, and that we think a little bit further into the future. So if here's the list of the 2-year goals that we came up with. So we're going to look at some statistics with donations, like I mentioned earlier, for this year and the past few years. So I think this will have even more meaning tomorrow when we look at it. But essentially, we wanted to focus on doubling the number of new donors. One idea that we've come up with recently is the importance of monthly giving. And we've come up with the idea to name that program the Sustainers in Ralph's honor. And so we really do think that that's a way, instead of giving a one-time gift, that we can really get folks interested in our work. And the way that we're going to measure that is having a graph of the current donors and the new donors. Another 2-year goal is to maintain current donors and increase levels of giving among this group. And we'll also measure these with a line graph per quarter. So we do have a huge chunk of our donors are recurring donors. There's people that support us over and over again. And so this will allow us to keep them interested and hopefully get them excited about other projects we have going on. And again, work on showing them how their dollars can have even more of an impact. As for grant opportunities, this is something you've heard me mention several times in the past, but this is something that I really appreciate when we have support from board members on. So this is something we are going to add to the board member expectation document, just because it really helps to get a set of eyes on all of the different areas that we could receive potential funding. Another 2-year goal is to brainstorm and implement new visibility opportunities, such as tabling at different events. This has been a recent conversation. We're in the process of actually getting this together for a few upcoming events. Liz has kindly offered, she goes to different fiber festivals, so she's offered to potentially have a table with Chijnaya swag, so to speak, so that folks can learn about what we do with the Bofidalis project and other alpaca projects as well. There's an upcoming SFAA meeting as well that a few of our board members have offered to support us with representing us at that event potentially too. So those are just some ideas, again, that we've come together as a committee, and we're hoping to continue to brainstorm ways that we can be more visible. And lastly, evaluate the requests submitted by Prodia with current budget and/or budget expansion. This is something we've mentioned a few times throughout the day, that we've definitely seen Prodia's growth, and we're really excited about it. And that means that we have a financial responsibility to come together and make sure that we're able to meet those needs. All right, just give me 1 second. I'm going to move to another room so you guys don't hear baby screams in the background. Sorry, give me 1 moment. Okay, and as for 5-year goals, we're going to work on increasing the budget to allow for expanded programs and staff, how much expansion and what type of expansion, work with Prodia board and staff to create a wish list regarding how programming would expand based on X number of budget increase, in addition to increase in salaries, additional staff to support expanding community coverage. So this kind of goes along with that growth aspect, but really focusing on ways that we can continue to support them in the long term as well. So we'll measure that by creating a graph and continue to measure the current year's performance against last year's. And we also want to focus on transparency to donors about how we intend to expand programs and staffing requests online for support for set expenses. That way we can keep people excited about what we're doing and hopefully get them hooked on some of the new ideas that we have to continue to work with the communities in the Altiplano.
Okay, and then very briefly, we looked over some objectives together as a committee. We want to make sure that every board member is actively involved in fundraising as a primary responsibility, identifying and actively pursuing new sources of income. So we have a chart that we're asking board members to just kind of relook at where your current responsibilities lie, and how you would like to either recommit to those or adapt those. And we also are working to increase the number of board members in general. That's more of the board development committee, which we'll touch on here in a second. But we really want to get folks working in the donor response committee. That's something that's kind of fallen, the responsibility's fallen in the hands of those that help send out some of our materials. So we really want to make sure that we're engaging our board members and getting them excited to write to those who donate to us. And we also want to increase the number of board members who are sending out newsletters personally. We've actually started tracking the impact of writing handwritten notes to folks, and it's tremendous the amount of gifts that we see in return. So we send out currently around 500 letters every kind of mailing, and each person we try to make sure they get a handwritten note. And so we really dividing that up is important to making sure they get a quality note. And then lastly, improving donor engagement by developing a plan to maintain our current high-end donors and increase the number of high-end donors, developing a program to engage all donors, encouraging donors to think about endowed or planned giving. This is something that we've really focused on in this committee this last year. We've also decided that it's important to encourage those in the Legacy Society, those who've included us in their will or estate, to consider including a gift in the endowment. And we will have a series of graphs and charts to track some of this. So I know that's a lot of charts and graphs and high-end donors and what have you, but we've looked over this a few times now as a committee, and I feel like we're in a good spot to be able, like I said, to continue to diversify the ways that we're looking for funds and the ways that we're continuing to engage those who are already donating, and seeking ways to kind of increase those gifts. Does anybody on the committee want to add anything to what I just mentioned, or does anyone else have any questions or comments or ideas? You're on mute, David.
Okay, now,
Just a point about the Endowment and Finance Committee, and that's an invitation because we have non-board members who have helped us on that committee, people with financial expertise and knowledge, and they have been critical in our decisions to work with community funds and to open an account with Morgan Stanley and in establishing the down fund. So if anyone would like to join, the Endowment Finance Committee, you do not have to be a board member in order to do that. And we welcome financial advice on that. It's really helped us make better use of the funds that we have, getting them out of the Wells Fargo account where we were essentially losing money and getting them into accounts where we're relatively safe and still getting returns that were much more reasonable. So those are two open invitations for anyone who would like to help us on that score. But I think we've had a heavy board participation in this area, and of course it's our lifeblood for getting the funds that ProDia needs, and we want to continue to work together with ProDia on those financial goals. Thank you, Mackenzie. That was a great summary. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for that invitation. Yes, I think it's really wonderful to get everybody's different backgrounds together and brainstorm ways that we can continue to grow. So that's a great point. All right, we'll move on then to board development. And I think Yeah, I agreed with the person who agreed to do this, that I was going to present this one as well. So I will go through and run through as well. And if you guys want to look at more details, I'm going to send out a link to this presentation after the board meeting, which links to all the strategic plans if you want to look at more in detail. But essentially, we're hitting on the main points here. So the Board Development Committee, we decided that our committee mission statement was to strengthen the effectiveness and sustainability of the board of directors by creating and implementing a strategic plan that supports both short and long-term growth. The committee identifies areas for improvement and collaborates with the full board to enhance governance, leadership, and engagement. Current priorities include succession planning, new member recruitment and onboarding, and the formalization of board expectations and operational processes. So, we also, as a group, have decided upon 2-year goals and 5-year goals. So one area that we've really focused on in all of our meetings is to strengthen our board recruitment and onboarding. So bringing in new, diverse, and engaged board members who align with the organization's mission and values, welcoming and supporting supporting onboarding experience. Sorry, welcoming and supporting and supportive onboarding experience that helps new members feel connected, informed, and ready to contribute effectively. So I know many of you in the room have been asked to join the board in some capacity. We would love to have you. I'm just going to put that out there. Just your commitment to being at this meeting and wanting to learn more about what we're doing and be involved means the world. So if you haven't been contacted personally about joining the board, that's definitely something, if it's of interest, we can explore. But yes, we're continually looking to get more people involved from all backgrounds. So that's one of our main goals. Another goal is to implement a comprehensive board onboarding program. This is something I know that especially when you're thinking about joining the board, there's probably a lot of questions about what responsibilities look like, etc. We do have some documentation regarding what kind of commitments you need to make up front. But our hope is that we can create a program that will also have some materials to kind of make you aware of what the board commitment and process looks like. So develop and launch a structured onboarding process for new board members, including orientation materials, mentorship pairings, and a 90-day integration plan to ensure effective engagement from day one. So just making sure that that new board member is in the loop on what's going on and has all the tools that they need to succeed as a member of the board. Also to improve engagement for current board members by enhancing board member engagement through implementation of a structured engagement and accountability plan that increases participation, strengthens individual ownership of organizational goals, and fosters a more connected, high-performing board culture. Another 2-year goal is to create an alternative list of expectations for new board members. So one thing that we've discussed is part of that commitment to being on the board is a $4,000 donation requirement, which we know can scare some folks away in some sense. And we are always grateful to those board members who give donations of that amount, but to meet everyone where they're at, and we want to engage with folks that are interested. We've always said get or give. So seeking out friends or other folks who are willing to help reach that $4,000 amount. But we started to brainstorm other ideas. So maybe that's beginning with $1,000 named scholarship contribution to demonstrate personal investment in the organization's mission. So that's where we want to kind of be creative about how we can, again, meet people where they're at financially and get them excited to be on the board and be engaged in different ways. And then the last 2-year goal is to create and continue to update a list of potential board members and actively pursue their participation in other Chijnaya Foundation events. As for 5-year goals, excuse me, develop and implement a robust succession and leadership pipeline plan. So I know we've talked about about Kathy and Liz stepping into the co-presidency role, and that's something that Susie's been patient with and working on for several years. And we want to make sure that we have more of kind of a plan for that so that we can respect people's time and also prepare those who are willing to step in those positions. So that way it's
just a smooth process and a smooth transition. Roland is also another example of somebody who's graciously stepped into a role recently and was able to do so without missing a beat. So we want to make sure that, again, we help folks that are willing to step into those positions. And then achieve a fully diversified and skilled board composition, which means building a recruitment strategy that ensures the board reflects diversity in background, expertise, and perspective aligned with the organization's mission and strategic direction. So again, I think, at the beginning when we're talking about honoring Ralph, it's just wonderful to see how many lives he touched. And there's a lot of similarities in a lot of ways, but there's so many differences in the folks that have all come together for the same mission. And so we really want to kind of continue to capture that with the members who are making up our board. So that is the board development update and strategic plan. Anyone on the committee like to add anything or any other thoughts, questions, etc.?
I think it was an excellent summary. It was really well done on that. And I think we very much want to come back to that issue of how to honor Ralph with different types of funding opportunities. And also this notion of how to open up the board to people who perhaps can't give 4,000, but can get that amount of money. That would open up, I think, our range of recruits, particularly with younger members of the board, which is always a welcome aspect to this. Other comments or issues? We just want to make sure that we have discussed these, that they're been before the board, they're now available to you online. I think everybody's exhausted at the end of a long productive day. So I think we might very well, Mackenzie, adjourn the official meeting until tomorrow morning.
I'm sorry, we have one more task force update, and I promise it's quick because we have the programs committee. Are we able to touch on that really briefly?
Oh, yes.
Don't want to forget the programs committee because they worked hard on this too. So I'll be really quick. So they decided as a committee to support the mission of the Chijnaya Foundation by monitoring, evaluating, and advising on the activities of its 4 core programs. Committee seeks to ensure effectiveness, promote continuous improvement, and identify opportunities for growth and development to enhance the foundation's impact in the communities it serves. Again, focusing on objective monitoring system and indicators for each program. So real briefly, again, that strategic planning document has more about those last 3 items I mentioned about objective monitoring system and indicators. But the 2-year goals were to create written guidelines for programs. For example, at what point do we stop working with the community, to measure and evaluate data for all programs and projects, organize an external assessment of programming potentially, and create an improved system for recording and evaluating program data. And then 5-year goals would be to hire a permanent Proteus staff member to be responsible for monitoring and evaluating all programs. So David's on this program as well as some other board members. So it's been really nice to have his input about how we can continue to grow those programs in a way that makes sense with what they're seeing on the ground, as well as making sure all of the expertise of our board members is included in that plan. So sorry, Susie. Now we can be done. I just wanted to make sure we didn't leave out the programs committee.
We're getting that in. We needed that there. And these, of course, are all online for folks to take a look at and send in suggestions or recommendations as we go along, and we can have additional time to take a look at those. We're now going to adjourn. Dinner is at 5 o'clock at Sammy G's. The executive session will begin immediately after this, and that includes board members. All of board members.
Instructions about how to get to Sammy.
Yes, just walk across the street to the main drag there. I think it's Palm Canyon Road. Take a right and walk down the street. You'll pass the California restaurant on the farm. It's on the right hand side of the street. I think there's a station where it's let's see, address 265 Palm Canyon Road. And we are at 2 large tables in the courtyard at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
So, the EC is meeting, but are we meeting now or? Okay, we're gonna have our first EC.
Okay, so it's not the whole board, just the.
No, this is.
It's the board.
Every board member.
Every board member. That's not, the every board member, not.
The US Center.
Hey, Sarita.
Hey, David. So for those of you online, thank you for being here today. Tomorrow we're going to start around the same time. It'll be 8:45 Pacific time. So that's 10:45 Central, 11:45 Eastern or Peruvian time. Yeah, thanks for being here. We hope to see you tomorrow. Gracias a los que están en Perú por estar con nosotros mañana a las 9:45 hora de ustedes. Gracias, gracias. Thank you to the other folks too, Joe.
Muchas gracias, buenas noches a
Buenas
todos.
noches con todos, gracias, hasta mañana.
Hey, David. David. Ah, no sé si me escucha. Chao, chao, que estén bien. David. There's Abby. I'm trying to get their attention to let them know you're going to be like the only board member online in the thing. So I'm going to try to get David to be the host and then, but they're wrapping stuff up. So hope you had a good day. Susie, can you hear me? No, you're muted. You're still muted. Let's see.
Are you hung in there the
There you
whole?
So I just wanted to make sure, yeah, we can hear you now. Abby's the sole board member online, so I wanted to make sure she's included in the conversation. I'm gonna make David the host so that you guys can keep it going because I want to give you guys your space. And
I see her. Okay, yeah, she's muted. Okay, we're gonna put Abby on, who's coming in.
Oh, whoops,
Oh, no.
jiggle.
Oh, no.
Can't even have
It's all right, it's just going with the walls.
We don't have to project it, but you need to.
Oh, that's true.
We do need to make it.
You got it.
I think
It's delicate. You need the duct tape.
Susie, you can sit here. Okay, let me, come back here, because that's where the video.
okay, I'm gonna leave you guys be. I'll have my phone in case you need something, but David's now the host, so when you're done, you can just end the meeting. Thank you guys.
Right, there's an agenda for the meeting.